good morning. Well, yes, technically just still good morning. Hello, how is everybody? Chris says, hi, Sean and Peeps from Adelaide. Good evening, Chris. For you, isn't it? Let's see. Just had an email to let me know that Kittenish Behaviour has gone live on YouTube. I don't know why. I'm trying to get, my app has frozen, fun times, trying to get the chat up. There we go, that's better. How is everybody? Nightmare Bugs is here. Hi from Winchester. Hello, how are you? Good afternoon. So today I have got a few bits and pieces to do. So do you remember when I moved into the sewing room and I said I was going to keep on top of my PDFs and make sure that I had, you know, I wasn't leaving it so that I had loads of images to print out again? Well, I've just printed out 41 images to stick on the front of patterns that I either didn't do last time because they were named, like the princess coat and things, but I prefer how it looks when they've all got the labels on them, so I've decided to do that. The 9 patterns that I had printed, they need labels, and then all the ones that I've traced since then. So I've got those to put on, and then I also want to kind of reorganize the patterns a little bit. They were put in an order, but they're kind of just squished in there. And now that I have got some room in my cubes, like I've got one whole cube is dedicated to patterns already, that's only got 2 fabrics in it, which possibly could go somewhere else, possibly. So now that I am kind of moving my patterns over to these cubes, there should be more room, because obviously the dress section is really crammed full, and some other bits are not as full, so I would like to try and organize that a little bit more. I have got my orange buttons for my goldfish dress, so I want to see what you guys think about the color. I think it's pretty good, but I'm just going to double check, see what you think. I have got some purple buttons to sew onto my waistcoat. I did sew on these square shell cream buttons, which I do really like, but I think the purple ones will be better, so I'm going to sew those up on. What else do I have to do today? Oh, and yeah, I need to put the buttons and buttonholes in that, but I'm probably going to do that off camera, just because buttonholes are always a little bit stressful, aren't they? So I'm going to wait for those. And I haven't started cutting out anything as yet. I went for my second AstraZeneca jab on Friday, so yesterday was a total write-off. I felt like I had the flu, which was not fun, but it did mean that I got some pizza and some crisps and some chocolate biscuits, and I stayed in bed all day and I watched cheesy 80s movies like 3 Men and a Baby and things like that. So yeah, I tried to watch Godzilla, but oh god, it was bad. And what else did I watch? I did watch some other things as well, which I can't remember what they are. But they're all movies that I'd seen before, so yeah. So that's the plan for today. I think we're going to do sort of like 4 hours again, I think, because that's been quite good for my voice. I have my lunch, I have some grapes, I have some water. I do have a fabulous headache, but I have just taken some paracetamol, so fingers crossed that'll go in about 15 minutes. So yeah, that's the plan for today. So let's catch up with the chat. Fiona E says hi from St Ives in Cambridgeshire. Hello, welcome. Lottie says hi. Hi Lottie, how are you? Vox says hello everybody. Lizanne Lucas, hi everyone, excited for today's hangout. Hello and welcome. Lottie says, I need to sort my pattern, so I might do it while watching. Awesome, I like it. I like that you're taking inspiration. I like it a lot. Deanna says, morning Sean from Massillon, Ohio. Good morning. Massillon? Probably said that completely incorrectly. So Caitlin says, hello everyone. Hello, good morning. Good afternoon. Nightmare Bug says, always surprised just how much ink I use in PDF cover pics. Yep. Josephine says hello. Hi, welcome. Patricia says hello everyone from Sydney. Good evening. Linda says hello from Long Island, New York. Good morning. Catrice says good morning, peeps. Good morning. Marjan says, hello from Denmark. On my way to the supermarket and walking the dog at the same time. Nice. Rachel's here. Hi, everyone. Finally made a hangout. Welcome, Rachel. How are you, my lovely? Chris says, hi, Sean and Peeps. Hello. And Cindy says, good morning, Sean. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm coming to you from Northern California. Just woke up and saw you were live. Said, okay, I'm getting up. Lol. Wow, Cindy, good morning. 4 a.m. is very early. So, yeah, what should we start with? Should I start replacing the buttons? Do you guys want to see what the orange buttons look like with the goldfish dress? I think that's a good place to start, isn't it? I bought a lot of these because I have quite a lot of this fabric left over, and I think I want to make a shirt out of it. So I'm thinking that these will work for the shirt as well, although I think they might be too big for the shirt. So 5/8 of an inch. And ideally, I would have liked slightly smaller for the shirt. So I don't need all of them out, but I've done that. Never mind. And yeah, they're 3/4 inch buttons. And I would have liked 1/2 inch for the shirt, or at least for the cuffs. So yeah. Debbie's here. Morning, Debbie. I just saw on your Facebook that you've got a sore throat and you're just starting your holiday. I hope it sorts itself out for you and you don't feel too ill for too long. Lottie says, how is Chi this week? She is much, much better. She's got the last few days of medication to go through. That's always fun. But yeah, she is much, much better, perked up. She just now has a ridiculous haircut because they shaved her belly and they shaved her neck, half of her neck as well. So she's looking fabulous, but she is feeling much, much better, which is great. She's still being super cuddly though, which I have to say I am loving. So yeah. Let's see. I'm trying to not look down too much as I read the comments out. Thoreen says, hi from Cape Town, South Africa. Hello, welcome. Renske says, hello, everybody. Nicola says, hi, Peeps. Popping in for a little while, meeting some friends for a coffee, but might make it back to catch you later too. Hi, Nicola, welcome. Right, so let's have a look at these orange buttons with my goldfish dress and see what you think. Because my other option is to make some self-covered buttons out of the stripy part of... I think they're perfect. I think they're really, really good. I think because I love shell buttons. I'm trying to work out what pattern or what print I can use them on, but there are some abalone shell buttons. They're like £2.35 per button, so I need to pick a project that doesn't have a million buttons on them because it would be expensive, and then also a print that's going to show the button off to its advantage because they are just so beautiful. But I really want some of those. I didn't straighten my hair either, so I have really weird little curly bits. What do we think? Yeah. Karen says, hi, Peeps. Hi, Karen. How are you, my lovely? Debbie says, thank you. Hopefully it's going to be better in the next couple of days. I hope so, Debbie, so you can enjoy your time off. Carmen says, good morning, everyone. Marjan says, oh, yeah. Chris says, looks perfect. Lottie says, love the buttons. Marjan says, they're perfect. Rachel says, I love them. Go for it. Jojo's here. Good morning. Hi, Jojo. How are you, my lovely? And Thrin says, yep, it's a keeper. Yeah, I thought they were good. I thought they were good. Like I say, I would like to try and find some slightly smaller ones for the shirt because I want to do quite a deep cuff on the shirt. So I'd really like 3 buttons on the cuff, and these might be slightly too big for that. But the company that sold these, I think it was from eBay, they only had this size, although it did say they did have other sizes. They were out of stock. So, yeah. Let's see. Vox says, I love the way the hem fell on the goldfish dress. I think it's a look. Am I weird? Lol. Oh, I mean, it's fallen really nicely. It's, you know, it's kind of like a waterfall kind of at the sides, but just look how it's like that much that it's dropped at the sides, which is kind of good because the rayon that I used, or the viscose that I used underneath, wasn't wide enough. So I actually ended up with these little triangles because I cut it out anyway, thinking that I was going to piece the fabric on. but it's dropped it on the bias at the side, so I'm going to cut that bit off anyway, which was a happy accident. I would like to say that I am that organised and I planned it, but I am not, and I did not. It was a completely a happy accident, so that was good. Right, so I'm going to do these off camera just so I don't have the pressure of trying to do a lot of buttonholes on a pressure stress on camera, and if it fluffs up, there will be a lot of swearing and I don't want to get demonetized. So I think what I'll do is replace the buttons on this, because I do really like this. Do you want to see this on, actually, because you guys haven't seen this yet? I do really like this waistcoat with these buttons on it, but I do think that the purple ones that I've got may be slightly better. Obviously not with this dress. Also, square buttons are a little bit of a pain to kind of do up. Why is it so? See, I don't know if is it dark for you, or is my, hang on, is my, see, I kind of like that, but then I have bought, and again, shell buttons, I have bought purple buttons, which will blend in a lot more. They're still, you know, they're still brighter than the purple. It's kind of just looking like a black, I need like a light on me, don't I? But I don't know how I, without getting my studio lights out, which are always completely packed up. I don't know, what do you think? Because I mean, these are very statement, aren't they? They are very statement. I actually kind of, if this dress had longer sleeves, I kind of like this. I do really like this waistcoat pattern. It's from the McCall's 5193. This is the second one of these that I've made. Daisy May gave it to me in one of the KB pattern swaps, and I think it's very nice. I like it a lot. But yeah, should I take these square buttons off and put on the purple ones? What do you think? Let's see, where do we get to with the chat? Christine says, hello, everyone. So you'll see what I mean. These square ones, you have to get them right at the right angle. Christine says, hello, everyone. Marta says, hello, everyone. Thureen says, I also want to see how the orange cardi that you had the other day will look with the goldfish dress. Oh, that's going to look awesome. It is going to look awesome. That's the Ryan cardigan in Debbie Bliss silk wool, which is just an absolute joy to wear. And when I go to the Festival of Quilts, I have a specific colour palette that I am looking for more of that Debbie Bliss silk wool, because it is just so beautiful. I'm kind of just about reading the comments up here. Let's see. Lottie says, I hate that you have to do buttonholes on practically finished garment. Yeah, I know, it's terrifying. It's one of the nice things about bound buttonholes is that you start them nearly at the beginning of the garment, but then you have to cut into the facing when you've nearly finished it. So yeah. Anna's here. Hiya, how are you? Very well, thank you, Anna. How are you? Caroline says, afternoon, everyone. Box says, love the purple ones. So Caitlin says, love the purple buttons. Nicola says, I like both. Is that helpful? Lol. No. I like both too, so you're in the same boat as me. Coffee Muse says, the existing buttons give a nice line. Marta says, personally, I like the purple buttons better. Margin says, the ones that are on now stick out too much for my taste. The purple is better. Jojo says, purple buttons got my vote. Funnily enough, I'm planning on an Oxford bags waistcoat for this autumn. Yeah, that's what I mean. This I did try. So I tried this on with my Decades of Style trousers, like a couple of days after I put up that video, and with a gable t-shirt on, because lots of people were saying that I should try it with a different silhouette on top. I did not like it with the gable t-shirt on. And when I filmed that bit, I was getting this weird kind of like wrinkle here where my bra is really tight, and I was ending up with like muffin top between the top of the trousers and the bottom of my bra. And then also because of the shadows that needle cord creates, I was getting what looked like camel toe with those trousers, and I swear to God those trousers fit around the hips and the crotch. The crotch depth is good, the hips are good, they are not too tight. But it looked like I had, so I didn't put that footage out there because I was already, you know, on the, and what was funny was having put those trousers on, I felt so much better in that outfit the next day after putting up that video for you guys to see, you know, about body image and stuff. I felt so much better in those trousers, and then watching the footage back, I felt awful in them, whereas the previous time it was the other way around. I felt awful in them in person, and then seeing them on camera, it was like, oh, actually they look really good. So yeah, fun times. But yeah, the idea is I would really like trousers and waistcoat combinations. I am going at some point to make a tailored jacket, and I would really like to make a silk suit as well, like the Dolce & Gabbana one that I featured. And when I go to the Goldhawk Road next, which probably will be in August, I'm going to go to Goldhawk Fabrics and have a look at their dupionis and see how much it would cost to get enough to make a 3-piece suit, because I don't know where I'm going to wear it, but I would really like to just make the thing. But I think in my day-to-day, oh, I'm just bitten my own tongue, fun times. I think in my day-to-day life, I would wear a waistcoat and trousers way more than I would wear like a full 3-piece suit, and still look tailored, but not over the top tailored, if that makes sense. Sorry, let's see. Where do we get to? Lottie says, I would go purple, although the statement buttons do also look nice. Anna says, I love the square buttons, adds beautiful detail. Jojo says, Oxford bags plus waistcoat. Suit. Obviously, my typing fingers aren't awake yet. Got you, Jojo. Debbie says, the purple ones will look beautiful. Eileen says, morning shine and peeps, the waistcoat looks great. I think marginally prefer the purple buttons, but the pale ones look good too. I mean, the square pale ones are a real statement. They really stand out. So yeah, I get why it's not everyone's cup of tea, and I do think I'm going to switch it over to the purple ones. Martin says, just for info, my name is pronounced Marion. Oh, thank you. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Marion. I will try and remember that. Poke me if I forget it, because it's likely to happen. Christine says, band buttonholes are probably the most terrifying thing I've ever done. Yes, yes, definitely. I feel you on that one. I did them for my charm princess coat, and I did practice first, but cutting in, I mean, I had enough of that wool left. Got a little bit over here that I'm hoping I can make like the body of a coat out of if I put a different sleeves on. But yeah, cutting into that for band buttonholes to begin with was just like, but it worked. It was fine. It's one of those things. It's just like, just get over yourself and try it. But that, I mean, that was directed at me, not you. Karen said, you mentioned last week that you mean to pick up a lining for your silks. I was thinking about that. Have you considered that if you pick silk as lining for the silks, it may stick to each other? Yes. Yes, like static cling kind of thing. Is that what you mean? Yes, I have. Yeah, I need to experiment. I am not an expert at sewing with silk. The only silks that I've ever really sewn with have been dupionis, because they behave themselves so nicely. And those ones I fully flatline with cotton lawn to give them more structure, because the dupioni itself just disintegrates the minute you look at it. But yeah, that was something I was considering. So yes. Una's here. Hello everyone. Remember to join while sewing. Yay. Too many times I've been sewing and only remember too late. Carmen says, the vest looks amazing on you. Either button looks good. I figure it depends on where you want someone's eye to focus on. That's also a very good point. Yes. Karen says, love the waistcoat with the square buttons. Oh, you guys are not helping. Una says, I'm sewing some so easy wide leg pants. My second wearable toile. Worn the first one loads, made them ages ago, but can't remember if I made any adjustments to the apparel to the pattern. Yeah, I was saying to Mum the other day, you need to write on your patterns like you're gonna forget what you've done 30, like you've got amnesia, like your goldfish, that you will forget 30 seconds later what you've just done, all of the info on it. Because there are patterns that I've come back to that I haven't put that stuff on, and I'm just like, why? Why? Especially if I've done an alteration and it's changed the pattern so much that I've then retraced so that there's no visible signs of what alterations I've done. Because, if I've done a full bust adjustment and then lengthened it, that piece can end up with so much tape on it that it's unpleasant to use it to try and cut patterns out, because there's loads of paper flapping on the back, there's tape everywhere. Trying to iron that is impossible without the tape going funny. So when I've put loads of alterations onto a pattern piece, I tend to retrace them so that it's fresh and just a clean piece of paper. But if I don't then write what I've done on the clean tracing, then coming back to it later, I won't remember that I've done a 3-inch full bust adjustment and added 1.25 inches of length. I need to remember to write those things on, and I am getting better at that. Dammer Apparel is here. Hi, everyone. Hello. Carmen says, what? Why did I type vest? I need more coffee. That's all right. Vest and waistcoat are interchangeable in the English language, I believe. Art Beast Creations. Good day, everyone. Good day. Welcome. Maria says, good morning from Long Island, New York. Good morning. Una says, I've not done bound buttonholes yet. I think I'd do them as soon as possible, so not waiting until the finished garment. You have to do the bound buttonholes. You start right at the beginning before you put the pieces together for the outside piece, but you can't do the facing part of the bound buttonhole until the facing is on, which is nearly the end of the garment. So they're kind of like equal parts. Yay, I get to do this first, and then, oh my God, I still have to cut into my finished garment towards the end, and what if that all goes wrong? Debbie says, I agree about bound buttonholes, simply terrifying. Julie says, hi, babes. Hi, Julie. How are you? As Lee says, hello, everyone. Behideaholic, I think, sells 3-piece suits, and they're very popular on Instagram. Jamie Beck has one. I love how she styles it. They are linen, though. Check out for inspo. There is also Emmy Designs of Sweden, and I just absolutely love their tailored pieces. And then Penny Heartbleed, who I believe lives in Norway, and she wears a lot of their pieces. I think they are collaborating together, but oh gosh, just so many beautiful things. I want to make them all. Simpson Family says, good afternoon, all. Afternoon, Sean. What are you making today, and how is the cat? Was gardening and suddenly remembered the chat. I am doing some quick alterations. I'm going to maybe hem some dresses, and I'm going to sort out my PDFs because they are a bit of a mess. Una says, this toile is a bright yellow with pink flamingos and teal leaves. I did a fabric swap and then regretted it when I saw it, but I think will be cool. Excuse me, I think will be cool with my teal winter top. Sounds very beautifully bright. I like the idea of that. So Caitlin says, I always retrace the pattern pieces and keep the amended ones also for future reference. If I had space to do that, I probably would. But my pattern storage is already sort of like crammed full. So yeah, but that is a good idea. That is a good idea. Box says, my sewing machine broke. Cry. Oh no. My new one will arrive in a week and does one-step buttonholes. I hope that with this I can finally make garments with buttons. Oh, nice. I do love. I mean, I'm saying that I don't want to do buttonholes on camera just in case they go wrong. This very rarely goes wrong, and it is literally just you set it up. There's a little diagram on screen where you hold the button up and then you move the dial so that the buttonhole is the right width for the button, and then you literally just press a button and it does it all. But knowing my luck, it would fluff up on camera. Olivia says, good morning from Iowa. Good morning. Enske says, I was at a get-together of lots of sewists in Germany yesterday. This live is the perfect for the day after. Oh, lovely. Damn It Apparel says, waiting for my new sewing project to arrive in the next 30 minutes. Lol, getting our nursery furniture today so I can start making bedding for the new baby. No more procrastinating. Oh, nice. And she also says, my PDF patterns just got shoved in a box once I use them, so I just reprint them each time I want them. I'm horrible with keeping patterns organized. I could not do that. That would drive me nuts, having a box like that. But again, that's just me. I'm not saying that's wrong. It's just me. Did you guys see the lining of my waistcoat? How glorious is that? It is polyester. It's the poly satin from Spoonflower, and it is just so beautiful. And I had a customer that I made a coat for, and she picked that one as the lining. It was a black flocked frock coat with this as the lining, and it was stunning. And thankfully there was quite a lot left over, which I got to keep. So yeah, I am going to replace the square buttons with these purple ones. I am going to do it. So that means I need to take the square ones off and sew on the new ones. And I'm going to do that first. So let's get some thread. So the buttons are perfectly placed, so I'm going to take one off at a time so that I can see where the new one needs to go. And that just means that I will be able to use these ones for something new in the future, because I have a few more of them as well. They came from my local fabric shop, sewing machine shop that is closing down, which is very sad. But they are still going to do machine repairs, which is great. So let's sew on some buttons. I am also trying to find some more shell hexagonal buttons. The 8577 that I made in the Savannah print, I put shell hexagonal buttons on it, and when I make the rest of that collection, I want to keep that theme running through it. So I want to make a big bishopy sleeve pirate shirt out of some of the viscose that I'm going to get, and I would like hexagonal buttons on that. And then for some of the other stuff, I'm going to go with coconut shell buttons as like the other option, because there is like this raw silk here. I want to make a faux button-up front skirt out of that. And I'm saying a faux button-up one because the fabric is such a loose weave that I think that if I try to do buttonholes in it, although I will try on a scrap, but I think if I try and actually do buttonholes on it, it's just going to disintegrate because it is that loose a weave of fabric. So I think my idea of having like similar buttons running through the collection is really going to help tie everything together as well. I think it's going to be quite a pretty look, like the hexagonal shell buttons and then the coconut shell buttons as well. I really like how both of those look on garments. So I forgot how much I have to concentrate when I'm hand sewing. This might not be the best idea. I may not hem the dresses on camera. How am I doing with the chat? Let's see if I can actually read it from here. Phoebe says, my machine is very temperamental when doing buttonholes. It works when I do a practice one, but then when I do it on the real thing, it doesn't always work. Oh, I know exactly how you feel. I made the Robson trench coat out of some turquoise cotton twill with a hot pink interior, because I flatlined it because it's not a lined pattern. And I wanted to use some really big buttons, big hot pink buttons on it. They were, I think they were like 1.5 inches wide, or they were big. And this machine only goes up for the one-step buttonholes, only goes up to a certain size because of the foot, the amount that the foot can handle. But it does do manual buttonholes as well, so you could have them bigger. So I've worked out how to do that, did it on a test piece, did it like 5 or 6 buttons on this test piece, and it worked out perfectly. And it was set through the interfacing, the, you know, it was through all the thicknesses that it needed to go through on the finished garment. It wasn't just like, you know, just a random piece of fabric, but it was through all of the bits that need to go through on the finished garment. And then when I came to actually do it, they looked awful. So I went over and kind of like hand embroidered the buttonholes over it, but I wasn't happy. I did not like how it turned out. So I took all the buttons off that, and actually the buttons are now on here, and this has been through the wash a number of times, and I don't know if you can see, but like the kind of like the outside of the buttons, the pink is coming off. So yeah, these buttons are not the best to go through the washing machine, the colored ones, but it's fine. It's fine. But yeah, I completely feel you, Phoebe, that they never, you know, the practice one's always totally fine, and then the finished ones are just like, no. Rinsuke says lovely. Asley's this big heart-faced emoji. Phoebe says love the peacock print. Rinsuke says love the print. Marion, I hope I've said that, if I did that right, loves the print too. Jojo says, Zan, you can come and sort my PDFs out when you're done. They're all over the place. Is that meant to be Sean? Olivia says that lining looks beautiful. Thank you. Sibson family says love the flamingo feathers. Nice. Just finished a waistcoat too. Oh, flamingo peacock feathers. Damn It Apparel says I am considering tossing the whole box and getting them in an envelope as soon as I use any of them, so it's not all over the place anymore. It drives me nuts, but always forget to put them away. I mean, you need to do whatever works for you. And if tossing the whole lot and starting from scratch is something that appeals to you, then do it, totally. Because otherwise the box will just sit there and taunt you. And you don't want that. Asley says, is that the black snail waistcoat pattern? No, it's the McCall's 5193. I am planning on doing a black snail waistcoat pattern very soon. And I also have a new look pattern that has a waistcoat option in it, as well as a jacket option, which I really like the look of. So it's not the black snail one. I need to work up the courage to do that, because that is drafted to go over a corset, and I don't want to make it to go over a corset. So I'm hoping I can make it work. I'm sure I can. I'm sure it'll be fine. Okay. So that's number 1 done. Where did I get to with the chat? Simpson family says peacock. No worries. Catherine says hello all. Hello, welcome. Aunt B's creation says wish I could stay and chat, but need to go get some yard work done before it's over 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Have a lovely week all, and we'll leave this playing whilst I'm out in the yard. Well, enjoy your yard work, and I hope it doesn't get too hot too quickly so you can get it all done. But thank you for joining us. Let's see. King Carly says hello from Slovenia. Hello, welcome. Oh, ridiculous fringe doing ridiculous things. Carmen says buttons seem to cost a small fortune these days, or almost makes me prefer zippers on things. Plus I scored a ton of zippers in the shapes and sizes my closet, in all shapes and sizes at my closest Goodwill. I have 2 big honking bags full. Nice. Nimue is here. Hi peeps. Hi Nimue. Jojo says, lols, I mean, can fingers must be on strike. Haha. Ah, can you come and sort? Yes, I can come and sort your PDF pattern. Are you going to let me into the Temple of Doom? Like, for some reason, people don't seem to want to let me near their fabric and pattern stashes. I can't think why. But yeah, totally happy to come sort those out. I love organising. Let's see. Nimue says, like the stream, peeps. Ah, thank you, Nimue. Yes. And Marie says, hi, Sean. Love your jungle leafy animal fabrics. I cannot find them online. Could you say where you bought them? Thanks. I get most of, well, if it's a Lady McElroy print, I get them from Sherwood Fabrics when they do one of their awesome discounts. I think they are doing 15% off this weekend. That's a pretty usual one. The maximum I've seen them go up to is 30%, and that tends to be for like Black Friday or Christmas sales. Stitch Fabrics have some amazing jungle prints, and then the Textile Centre for rayons, and then whenever Rachel sends me a link to a fabric that she's found, it's all Rachel's fault. So yeah, but Lady McElroy from Sherwood's, Stitch Fabrics have some really cool ones at the moment. And if I feature a print in a video and it's still available, I always link it in the description bar where it's from. So the latest video that I put up with all those prints on them, every single one was listed in the description box to tell you where it's available. As Linda found out, because she was like, I have just spent £130 because of you. I'm sorry, I'm not sorry. Gin and Pin says, afternoon peeps, you're keeping me company while I do the housework. We'll have to pop to the shops later. Very nice and welcome. Ashley says, have fun peeps. Have plans with the family. We'll catch up on the video later. Thank you for joining us. Rensko says, can someone recommend a pattern for a long summer dress with an open back? Ooh, Experimental Space have one of those. I think the new Vogue patterns, there's a backless dress that's come out. I think it was Vogue. I saw one the other day. It might not be Vogue. McCall's have one. 7971. How backless do you want it? Because that's not my bag, so I'm not a font of knowledge on that particular type, because I enjoy wearing, well, I feel more comfortable wearing a bra, so I tend to not kind of commit backless dresses to memory. But yeah, our Experimental Space, I can't remember the name of the dress, but they definitely have one with a cutout in the back. Damn It Apparel says, your fabric and sewing room is actual goals to me. It's always so neat. Yeah, I mean, at this particular moment in time, it's pretty good. It did take us a long time to get it like this, and I want to try and maintain it as much as possible because it took us so long to get it like this. And then, you know, you guys do see it sort of like mid cutting out session. It's not quite so neat then. But I have to kind of be at least a little bit neat, because otherwise I will lose things. Christine says, I always like as soon as I join, so I don't forget. Ah, thank you, Christine. Nimue says, have I missed all the patterns, or are you procrastinating productively? Yes, I am productively procrastinating, Nimue. I like how you have phrased that. I decided that some hand sewing is how I wanted to start the day. So, yes. Catherine says, it's July 20 this weekend. I got a couple of meters of Savannah chambray from Sherwood's. Nice. Rachel says, I don't know what you mean. Yes, you do, Rachel. The amount of videos that I've got that I'm like, and this fabric is completely Rachel's fault. I mean, you know, I'm pretty sure that you do the same thing in yours because I'm just as bad an influence. But yeah, I'm blaming you. Jojo says, "Sweet, of course I trust you with my stash." Eleanor's here. Good morning. Good morning, Eleanor. Lottie says, "Your shopping list description box can be dangerous." Just trying to be helpful. Marie says, "Thanks. Yes, I love Rachel's fabrics too." Yeah. She has a bigger stash than I do, I think. This is my entirety of my stash. I really want to go and help Rachel sort out her stash. Yeah. I wonder why people don't want to let me in their rooms. Sandra says, "Hello, Sean and Peeps from France." And bonjour. Hello, how are you? Arenske says, "Thank you. Yes, I meant a cutout." Ah, cool. Yes. Yeah, the experimental space one, 7971. I really like that dress. It's one of the ones that I need to alter. I'm just going to put buttons down the back instead of hooks and eyes. Tonya says, "Hi from Bedfordshire." Hello, welcome, good afternoon. Carmen says, "With your glorious shape, I don't think the black snail pattern will be an issue. Your measurements should work fine without a corset, I would think." I am hoping so. I mean, I should be able to make it work without a corset. It should be fine. And I do really like that waistcoat. I'm not sure which trousers or skirt options that I want to pair it with, but I do really like that one. And I am going to try. I am going to give it a go. Let's see. I'm so sorry. XP Linga says, "Why am I always late for these? Good afternoon, everyone from South Africa." Good afternoon, welcome. Rensko says, "I tried to find a PDF so I don't have to wait for ages with shipping." Yes. Maeve says, "Hi Sean, from a very wet Ireland this morning. I'm sorting my PDF files on my PC today too. I got my second Pfizer jab yesterday and feeling a bit rough today, but I'm fully vaccinated, yay." Yeah, I got mine on Friday and I took yesterday off because I felt rough. I did not feel good. But yes, I am also fully vaccinated, which means that in 2 weeks, I am going to be able to get on trains again, which means that I'm going to go and be able to see Wilson, which I'm so excited about. But the weekend that I am fully able to get on trains, he has 3 gigs that weekend, so I'm not going to see him that weekend. And then the weekend after, I will be at the Festival of Quilts, so I'm not going to see him that weekend. So the weekend after that, the 6th of August, I am going to go and see him that weekend. And he doesn't have a gig that weekend, which is awesome. And we are celebrating our 2-year anniversary next week on the 15th of July, but I have bought him a present. I've really messed up with this. I'm getting myself all tangled up. I've bought him a present. But we're going to exchange gifts on the 6th of August when I see him. And he bought me this necklace for my birthday, and I would really like some matching earrings for our anniversary gift. And I had to explain to him that anniversaries are deserving of gifts and cards, and that I wanted to celebrate, and 2 years is a big deal because I have never had a 2-year anniversary before, and I'm very excited. Neither is he, so you know, I'm excited. And I like to celebrate those kind of things. And he is not that kind of person, but he likes making me happy, and he knows that that's going to make me happy. So yes. And I took a leaf out of our gift giving is quite friends related and usually Joey centric. And this time for our anniversary, I have had a star named after us because our ship name, which is hilarious. And yeah. It's really funny. Our ship name, I can tell you there's 2 ways it goes, but with his initial at the beginning, his name actually begins with an A, and so our ship name is Asian, which is he thinks is hilarious, and so I've had a star named Asian Singleton Ho. which really makes me giggle. Which is going to make him laugh as well, because he is half Chinese. So yeah, he loved that our ship name is that. So, but Joey buys Ross and Monica's mum and dad he had a star named after them for their anniversary, and he also buys them a book of Kama Sutra for the elderly. So I'm just going to write in the card that I couldn't find the Kama Sutra book for the elderly, so the star will have to do. I'm sorry, that really makes me giggle. Hopefully it'll make him laugh just as much, and he won't actually panic that I've like hyphenated our surname and like, you know, like named a star after the two of us. Hopefully he'll think that's funny. I think it's funny. Tonya says, first time being binge watching. Well, welcome. Anna says, Rosalie dress is the experimental space one. Thank you, Anna. The Rosalie, I don't own that one. I only own the two tops from them, which I really need to get around to making. Risque says, great, thanks. Stitch Up says, Jojo, well, I wouldn't trust her with my stash. XP says, Sean, I don't remember seeing a body form in your sewing room. Is that on purpose? Because I plan to buying one soon. I did have 3. So these are shop mannequins. They are not dressmaking forms, so they're actually really hard plastic under there. They used to be my dimensions and fit my dresses really well, except they were really short in the torso. So I used to have to like tuck an inch of the dress up or like make the strap shorter so that it fit better. I had an adjustiform one as well, a Lady Valet, which I do not recommend. I do not think the adjustable ones are any good, because the proportions of the body parts are just not right. And if you have to open them up to be able to kind of make them so they're your size, they are useless for fitting. So I just used mine as like a display, you know, put dresses on it to display and hang them up whilst I left them overnight. I would like a professional one, but they are very expensive. So I am going to use the Bootstrap Fashion website and actually make myself. Although, having seen Scraps and Sequins video about it, which I mentioned in my body image issue video with the trousers, she had some serious feelings seeing herself being made in 3D, and I'm thinking that I might just wait a little bit, because it's not something that oh, there's only 5 buttons on here. I'm going to have an extra button. Yeah, I'll show you this when we're finished. But I would not recommend an adjustable form. I would say save your money, save up for a professional one, or make yourself with Bootstrap, because the people there are lots of reviews of people having, you know, how to do it and making them, and they are highly recommending them. So yeah. Let's see. Nimue says, sort out is the new accepted euphemism for raid. Yes. Julia's Gardening Diary says, hello everyone from Lancashire. Hello. Anna says, never do house sitting, Sean. Your guarding lovely fabric is telling Dracula, you guarding lovely fabric is like telling Dracula not to take a nibble. I mean, to be fair, peeps, like, I promise I won't steal. I promise I won't steal. I promise I won't. Yeah. Jojo says, except for her fandom fabrics, they would need to be protected. I promise I wouldn't steal. I would make jokes about stealing, but I wouldn't actually steal. I wouldn't actually steal, I promise. Christine says, on an old sewing bee, one of the contestants had an embroidered hoop that said, who dies with the most fabric wins. I want to recreate it. Yeah, lovely. I like that a lot. I was thinking that the other night, actually. And then there's also one that says, this cross stitch shows that I have the patience to stab something over 1,000 times. Be careful what you say, or something along those lines. I really like that one too. Olivia says 2 years. Yay, congratulations to both of you. Thank you. Renske says congratulations. Caroline says just had a wonderful chat with my sister and her twins, who I will finally get to meet in 2 weeks' time. They are 20 months old. Wow. I'm so glad for you, Caroline. Maeve says congrats on your anniversary. Thank you. Lottie says 2 years is a big deal, especially long distance. I know. I am impressed with myself. Nimue says congratulations and yay for traveling. I got my first shot tomorrow. Oh, good luck with that. XP says good. Congratulations on your 2-year anniversary. Thank you. Carmen says I'm always amazed by people's fabric cords. I never ordered fabric online and have to make do with economical stuff I can find at my local quilt shop and Walmart. One day though. One day. I mean, this is the accumulation of 20 years. Don't forget. There is stuff in here that is at least 20 years old. So, yeah. Roseanne says, good morning, peeps, saying hello from Guyana, making the Estrella bag for my 19-year-old. My first time sewing this bag. You'll keep me company. Wish me luck. Oh, good luck. Eileen says, happy anniversary. Love your present idea. Thank you, Eileen. Jojo says, well, I love it. It's an amazing gift. I think so too. He will either really, really like it, or he will massively, massively freak out that I've hyphenated our names. Like if we, like not if, when we get married. I'm determined to marry him. He just doesn't know it yet. I mean, I was talking to Jojo and Erica on New Year's Eve. Not this one gone, the one before. He was playing and I was there, and I was by myself. So, and he was, you know, he was playing, so he wasn't keeping me company. So I was telling them, I'm going to marry this guy, and I've already picked out my engagement ring. He doesn't watch these vlogs, so I can say this safely and without him, like, you know, actually panicking about it. But yeah. Rizko says, I also hate my adjustable dress form. Julie says to me, couldn't agree more. Adjustable form dress forms are rubbish. I also speak from experience. Caroline says, I don't use my adjustable form a whole lot for fitting, but it's fantastic for leveling hems on circle skirts. Ah, yes, yes, I will give it that. They do that well. Giving you something to put the thing on to, yeah. And I mean, that's, you know, what those two are going to be used for as well, until I get round to making my one that fits me. Eleanor says, you can go through my stash whenever you want, but you have to come to Virginia. That's not really that much of an obstacle. I'm willing to do that. Sal says, good day, Shan and Peeps. I use my 1-to-1 scale Vlad the Impaler spiked victim skeleton as my dress form. Lovely. Jojo says, it was Tracy Simmons who had the embroidered hoop. Nice. Fox says, open back dress, McCall's 79551. Ooh, good knowledge. Cecilia says, good morning, peeps. Good morning, Cecilia. XP says, Eleanor, I actually want it for the same reason, because it will cost a lot to make one in my shape and plus size. So yeah. Yeah, dress hemming from a dress form is so much easier. So yeah, you know, if you can get one that is reasonably priced, then that is a really good use for them, definitely. But yeah, for like anything else that you use those for, like draping and stuff like that, adjuster forms are just awful. Let's see. Thorin says, guys, fabric hoarding is a different hobby than sewing. I have merch to that effect. Yes. Pattern collecting, fabric shopping, and sewing are all completely separate hobbies. Una says, happy anniversary, Sean. Fab present idea. Might pitch that for our next wedding anniversary. Yep, it's a good one. I'm going to frame the little certificate so that he has to put it up on the wall. I embroidered him something because he says nailed it a lot. So I embroidered him something that said nailed it. And I kind of now wish that I'd like done it so that that it kind of like didn't quite fit, or, you know, obviously hadn't nailed it. I kind of want to redo that one. But he has that hung on his wall. And that was just a gag gift. So like the star is. I think it's funny. I really hope he laughs. He will. He'll find it's funny. Christine says it's sad that you can't see Wilson for a few weeks, but really good that he's gigging again. Yeah, I mean, it's nice that he's busy, because, like, you know, he has not had any work like that for the entirety of the pandemic, obviously. And it's majority of it is weddings that he's doing at the moment. So it's really nice that people can start having weddings again. So yeah, it is good that he is gigging. Don't put your needles in your mouth. It's really bad. Don't do it. 6000 Mom says, Sarah here, just got the bootstrap dress form. I refuse to look at it unless it has something really lovely on it that fits or something in the works. Yeah, I can imagine being confronted with a 3D image of your actual self can be quite eye-opening. So yeah. And again, like, you know, we all are way too harsh on ourselves. And life is, as many people pointed out in the comments of that video, life is way too short for us to get ourselves hung up about how we look. But that is very much easier said than done. Let's see. Where did I get? Oh, I'm behind with the chat. Cecilia says, I know there is a lot that you don't show us, but I get the impression he makes your life better, and happy anniversary. He does make me very happy. So yeah, we've had our moments, don't get me wrong. These last 18 months have been stupidly hard, and we are very different people in the way that we express ourselves and show love, and not being physically with him as often has been really difficult for me because he is not verbally demonstrative, and I need. I mean, he knew from the get-go that I was high maintenance, and I told him I was high maintenance. I'm aware I'm high maintenance. Even my best friend says that she wouldn't date me because I'm high maintenance. And I do like a lot of attention. So yeah, it's been really, really, really hard. But yeah, he does make me happy. He does make me very happy, which is nice. Helen says, hello Sean and all the lovely peeps, just made my first online fabric purchase at Sherwood's. It's only coming right around the world, so hope their shipping is quick. Just can't wait to get it. Very nice. What did you go for? Jojo says, just for balance, I love my adjuster form. I use it every sewing session. I think I'm on my own there though. Lol. I think you might be, Jojo. I mean, I've only ever experienced an adjuster form like the Lady Ballet one, but my Lady Ballet, so Lady Ballet is a different brand to adjuster form, and some adjuster forms are a lot better than others. But my personal, I would not have spent that much money on it again. The ones that I want are like 800 quid. So I'm not also going to say, like, you know, you have to have one of those. I've never used one of those. I might hate that as well. But the thing that I'm going to try, like I say, is a bootstrap one, which is kind of like the best of both worlds. It's cheaper and should allow me to drape and pin on it, which is something that I would really like to try and never have. So yeah, but again, there is no right or wrong answer. So if you like an adjuster form and use it, then you do you, because that is awesome. Let's see. Klein's Muns says, hello everyone, it's not hoarding if you think of it as pre-preparedness. Yeah, I know. I mean, like, you know, I've been super prepared this last 18 months, definitely. And, you know, I pretty much always online shop anyway, because there aren't really any great fabric stores on the island for apparel fabrics. There are some great quilting stores, but not fabric stores. Apparel fabric stores. Words are hard. I have one button left over. I don't know why I had it in my head that there were 6 on here. Kathy says, good morning. Congratulations, Shan. Thank you. Noah says, I don't have space for a dress form, but a friend made a bootstrap for her costuming and she's quite happy with it. Awesome. Una says, I made the bootstrap form alongside my sewing teacher, had only been sewing 6 months at the time, and it felt like it took forever. But then again, it was really only sewing 2-3 times a month at that point. The one thing I'd say re bootstrap form is to persevere, make it to your shape. It's a guide, but how you stuff it makes a big difference. So my shoulder blades are not in the right place. Yeah. Jessie says, would you make your own wedding dress or too stressful? Oh, totally. I already have the fabric. Which was bought for me by my mum and dad as a Christmas present in Saudi Arabia about 4 or 5 years ago, and was not meant to be wedding dress fabric, but I have decided that I want to make a wedding dress with it when I eventually get married again for the second time. Sibs and Families, too late, needle in mouth, been doing it for more than 20 years. Una says, one day I'd love to get one of those forms, but they are made from 3D body scans, but they're huge amounts of money. Yeah. There's a difference between having high standards and being high maintenance. True, I know I'm high maintenance. And Kleinsman says, I stuffed a dress form and was shocked. I ran to my husband and said, do I look like that? And he laughed and said, no, not at all. We stuffed it then. Before you panic, make sure it looks like you, and compare 200 times in the mirror what you're stuffing and how it looks. Yeah. And she says, hi, Sean and everyone. Just watched your lace video yesterday. Did anyone put up ideas for the small remnant yardage of the cotton lawn? I'm pretty much sure I'm going to make the excuse me, sorry, I'm getting a dry throat. I'm going to do the 9345 tie front shirt with the sleeves to go over my grey dress that I made in the same fabric. There's a couple of people who were saying that I should make things with it that I just don't have enough fabric for, and that or kind of like not realizing that I have a dress in it as well. But yeah, I'm going to make the shirt to wear over that dress, and then whatever's left I'm going to line a denim jacket with, and then the rest I will make bias binding out of. Una says, I bought an adjuster form brand and had to send it back because even at the extended length, the torso is 9 centimeters too short. Oh, wow. XP says, you have high standards, Sean, not high maintenance. Yeah. I mean, given my dating history, you wouldn't believe that, actually. Some of my dating history. But yeah, I do have high standards, but I do know I am high maintenance. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I do not think being high maintenance is a bad thing. But I do know it's something about myself. I do like a lot of attention, and I expect to get it. So yeah. Cecilia says, you're not high maintenance, you're just aware of how much energy and attention you need to give and get from a partner. That, yeah. Helen says, are we all liking the video today? I am, thank you. Carmen says, just saw the Pinterest announced policy changes with their allowed content and advertising about weight loss and body things. I haven't seen that. Carol says, good morning from New York. Good morning. Jen and Pin says, I've managed without a dress form since I started sewing about 8 years ago. I don't have room for one and can't see myself going down the draping route. Yeah, I mean, if they're not useful for you and you don't have space for them, then, you know, that answers the question. It's not something that you need to sew for sure. Carol says, you can also get a much smaller than you form and pad it out to size. There is a kit with pads to do so. This is also true. I think my main issue is that the torso is never the right proportion for me, which is why I kind of want to try and make myself one. But we will see. I may never get around to doing that. So, because I don't use it, like, you know, I have two and they're just there in the corner, minding their own business at the moment. Kathleen says, I have two adjustable forms. One I picked up cheap at a garage sale. The other was given to me. One is adjusted to my size, yikes. The other is covered in paper mache and painted for use at craft shows. Nice. Sal says, I had a friend that owns a fashion shop and him and his wife Taylor made me a suit for my wedding for free. Oh, that's lovely of them. Very nice. Right, let's have a look, see how the different buttons look. I hope I like it, because otherwise I'll be sitting here and sewing the original buttons back on. I'm sure I will. You should check Morgan Donna video about her DIY form. I have watched that and very much enjoyed it. Oh yeah, I like that. I liked the original square buttons as well, but I do like this, and it's less in your face, isn't it? Much less in your face. So glad that's done. It's quite chilly down here. I'm going to put my jumper back on because, and these are much easier to do up and undo. So that's good. Right, so that means that I can put my square buttons back in my button box, which is good. Let's hang this up. Where did I put the... There it is. Okay. Oh, itchy nose. Okay, so I've got one purple button. Might order some more of those because they were nice. I like those. Let's put them in my button box, and then I need to try and find my... Oh, there we go. They were right on the top. So I need to go through this button box at some point and start labeling my baggies again, because I've put them in and some of them don't have labels on to say how many are in there, which is fine for like the smaller ones because that's easy to count. But then I do have bags with like hundreds of, like, you know, I've got 200 of these tiny little shell buttons. Right. So I cannot productively procrastinate any longer. I need my paper scissors. So I fluffed up when I was printing out my pictures for my stickers, because I don't do it very often. I don't keep up with it. I've forgotten how I've got multiple images on one thing. So a couple of these have, I've got, rather than 2 or 4 images to a sheet, I have 1. And I think, oh no, actually, hang on. I need to order some more sticker paper because I've used all of this. I've got like 2 sheets left. Come on, please tell me I have printed that one out. Oh no, yes I have. Giant image, but I really like this one, so it's not, you know, it's not the worst thing in the world. There are some patterns like the 8013 that I've traced. I'm never going to make that. I know I'm never going to make that. So I'm kind of like thinking maybe I should not put a sticker on the file folder, and that I should... I was trying to get that straight and it's really not, but never mind. So I'm thinking maybe I should just like throw away the tracing and not waste the file folder. I'm thinking, I don't know, but we know what this one is. I don't know, what do you guys think? Because there's a couple that I know I'm never going to make again. Like this was annoying. The image came out that small right in the middle of the thing, but never mind. Never mind. Let's see. Elena says you should check. I've read that one. Sorry. XP says to Helen, yes, we are liking the video. Hand sewing is calming, and I include it in my projects because I hand sew all of my zips. I have a toxic relationship with the zipper foot. Again, I don't mind zips so much. What do I don't like leveling hems. Because it's just, I've finished my dress. I just want to wear it, and I don't want to wait for it to do its thing, but it's gonna do its thing. So yeah. I think that's probably my least favourite sewing task. But then everyone's different. Ange says, I learned how to draft a moulage for myself and then packed it using Craftsy Class. Made a wedding dress on it, not the same shape anymore, but still useful. I really need to actually do that class and make myself a sloper. But yeah, the moulage would be a really good idea for a form. I think the reason the bootstrap is good is because it comes with the details of how to like close the neck off. It's got that pattern piece, and the same with the armholes, and then an internal structure for the pole and things that go in it. But yeah, the moulage from the Craftsy Class is also a really good way of getting a approximation of your body. Definitely. Okay. Oh, can use these for my buttons, couldn't I? I was going to throw that away. I was going to be stupid. We could sort out my buttons today as well. Everyone wants to do that, right? Sal says, back when I was only 45 kilos, but now over 80, so no way it fits. Oh, yeah. Like we've been saying, we all change over time. It's just getting used to being in your new skin. Sibs and Family says, I have a dress form and I always put a stuffed bra of my size on it to get my actual size. Yep. My dress form was absolutely nowhere near my bust size. Even with the adjuster form, so that I could actually make it inchwise my bust size, it was not the right shape at all. Not the right shape remotely. Kin Carly says the waistcoat fits beautifully. Thank you. Una says very nice buttons and vest. Thank you. XP says love how it looks on you and glad you're happy too. Thank you. Nimue says the waistcoat looks lovely. Haven't seen the original buttons, but I like these a lot. Thank you very much. Charlie says loving your button box. It was yeah, I've got two of them up there, as you can see. One has got ribbons in it, one's got buttons in it, and it was from my Christmas present from Mum. All of my skincare comes in a gift box at Christmas, and they're usually on sale, so Mum usually gets me one, which is very nice of her. Okay. Marta says, I have one adjustable dress form surprise present from hubby and use it all the time for leveling and sometimes draping. Very standard size. I'm a very standard size though. Yeah, guys, like, this is just my prejudice against these kind of things. I don't like them because of my experience with the Lady Ballet, but I am in no way saying that they are terrible and nobody should have them. If they work for you, that is awesome. Cecilia says, my sister helped with a DIY duct tape dress form and it was definitely hard to look at, but now I can't use it since I've changed size so much. So I think just in general, they must be difficult to kind of like get your head around a 3D image of you being right in your face like that. Because you don't see yourself like that. You see yourself, you know, downwards, and then you see yourself in mirrors, but seeing an actual like representation of yourself, definitely not easy. Okay. Like some of these aren't new, but they are ones that I like their names, so I knew the name of them, and I was just like, oh yeah, I'm not going to print out a picture for that because I know the name of it, I know what's in there. But once I'd done all the other ones, I really liked how they looked, so I kind of wanted the pictures on all of them. It's like this Ralph Pink jacket, the Bolero. I've made it. I don't like it. I'm never going to make it again. I don't know whether I should just like reuse that file folder, or if I should keep it. Like the I don't have the download, and he doesn't sell that pattern anymore. So the only reference I have is the printout that I have. So if I get rid of it, I feel like it would be a waste. I don't know. What do you guys think? Okay, all my pattern pictures are cut out, and now I do have some sticky labels left here for me putting on my buttons, which I am going to procrastinate and do that next. So yeah. See, when I use them, I kind of like scrub out how many there were and put the new total on, just because that way I don't have to get them out to like count through them. And there's not many in here without labels on, but there's a few that's might tip you guys down so you can have a bit of a better look at this as well. There we go, that's better, isn't it? Right. Let's catch up with the chat. Carly says that waistcoat fits beautifully. Thank you. Have I read those ones already? I think I have. Yes, sorry. I have read those, haven't I? Sal says, I'm a moth to a purple flame. I so loved your waistcoat. Thank you. Catherine says, watching this while hand hemming a skirt, leveling. It's a jersey skirt, mostly on the straight. Nice. Gig Racer says, hi from Brisbane. Good evening. I'm currently grading the 8013 and it's enormous. I haven't made anything this fabric hungry in forever, if ever. I hope I like it more than you did. I hope you do too. Jane says, hi from Bristol. Maybe keep only the ones you like. Make more room for new ones to try. Yeah. Yeah. Una says, okay, time for lunch, back later. Enjoy, Una. Leanne says, how is Chi doing now? She is much, much better. Thank you for asking. Much better, which is great. Got 6. Some of these labels are incorrect as well. Danielle says, hi from Western Australia. Good evening. George says, it's nice to actually be able to watch the stream instead of catching up. I hope you're keeping well. Very well, thank you, George. Nice to see you. Welcome. So I am procrastinating hard at the moment and doing all the little organisation jobs that I've been putting off for a while. So yeah. So I have 6 of these Swarovski buttons that I got from Saudi Arabia. So now I have a little label, and they're shiny. I wish I'd bought more. That one's got one on. That one's got one on. This one I got from Lynn from Aussie Blackbeard when I got the Liberty fabric as well. They are so pretty. I want to use them with that Liberty fabric. I don't know what I'm going to do with it though, because I've only got a meter of it. Oh, little kitty cats. I'm probably never going to use these, but they are very cute. They're little yellow cats. Denim buttons. So I have like little bags of buttons that I've been gifted over the years that are just going to go in there. I clearly only got one of those left. Used that on my princess coat, so it's nice to have an extra. Oh, they're going to have to go on a coat, aren't they? And they are going to need a custom buttonhole, which is going to be fun. My Whim Wham buttons. Pretty sure I've got 12 of these. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Yes. I absolutely love these buttons. I have zero idea what I am going to use them on. They are porcelain luster buttons in the shape of a flower, and they are stunning. Oh, they are so, so pretty. And they are machine washable, which is why I'm kind of, I'm terrified of testing that, but apparently they are machine washable. Okay, that needs a label. Ooh, stray button. Definitely come. Oh, is that baggie got a hole in it then? It's the same size as those. We'll put those away. That needs a label. So yeah, have been good. Most of these do have labels on them. Definitely going to need to get some more of these coconut buttons, and I want, these are the 1/2 inch ones, and I want some 3/4 inch ones as well for the August plans. Some more giant buttons there, probably going to end up being on a piece of knitwear. Need to get some more of these black shell buttons as well, because we've only got 4 of those left. That needs a label. Oh, are they the same size? No, they're slightly smaller. These I got from a local lady. She goes down to the beach and finds flat little pebbles and then brings them home and makes them into buttons. So these are hand painted Pansy buttons. I think they're gorgeous. I have no idea what I'm going to use them on. Has any of you got any ideas? But I think they're really, really pretty. Lots of Swarovski buttons. I have 77 Swarovski buttons there. That needs a label. I don't think that one needs a label. We know there's one in there. I really like these. That needs a label. That needs a label. Some of the labels have come off. That needs a label, and that needs a label. Okay, this is a really big baggie. Oh, I was being lazy and didn't want to take all these green buttons off their cards, but I am going to do that now because that is a really big baggie for those. So let's do the easy ones. There are 3 yellow buttons in there. I used the rest of them on a shirt dress. These are Vogue buttons that I got from Hobbycraft. If I see more of them, they're just little yellow shell buttons. I would definitely get more of those. These are some hexagonal ones that I got from the local store that's closing down. And I bought all that they had left in this particular size. I would like some bigger ones and some more of this size. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. I have 16 of those. Oops. 16. Okay. These big square ones, which I do very much like, but I think I did have this on my purple waistcoat, as you guys saw, but I think I should put them on a shirt or dress or something. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Okay, so 12 of those. This one did have a label on it and it's peeled off, so I need to count them again. Let's see, where did I get to with the chat? Cecilia says, I say keep a picture of your final project if you want and sell a pattern or give it to someone who would love it. Yeah, that's a possibility. Lottie says, maybe you should do a buttons challenge where you select the buttons you want to use, then match the pattern and fabric to them. Yeah, there are some buttons in here that definitely needs very specific things to go with them. And would need to plan work back from the buttons, definitely. Gin and Pin says, I usually make a garment in a couple of sessions, but this week I tried sewing in more shorter sessions and ended up sewing the entire seam allowance for a French seam instead of just half. How does anyone manage their sewing time? How does anyone else manage their sewing time? I mean, you guys see how I do mine, but like, let us know in the comments how you manage yours. Cecilia says, we need cat's eye view of the button sorting, lol, right on the table to look at the pretties. Yeah. Claudia says, those hand painted pansy buttons are amazing. You could make jewellery out of them. She does do jewellery as well, which is really nice. Nimue says, after my giant button order, I switched from baggies to boxes with compartments so everything stays put and baggies can't rip open again. Oh, I hadn't even thought of that. Oh. 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 Christine says, bonjour, Sean and the peeps. Taking my first coffee outside on the glorious morning in Montreal. Good morning. Kathleen says, the pansy buttons would look lovely on a jumper. I did have some on a jumper that Mum knit for me. It was the first Hortensia, and she'd never knit a pattern like that before, and it kind of didn't come out quite right. So we ended up donating that one, but it was a variegated wool, and they did look really nice. So I think that's probably what they're going to end up being used for. Carolyn says, good morning, peeps. Good morning, Carolyn. So Lily Bell says, I made a dress form from plaster of Paris gauze, then filled it with expanding foam. My body shape changed, and it was an odd day taking that to the local tip. Oh, I can imagine. And Natalie says, I inherited a shoebox full of buttons that were well organised, but unfortunately they were all hideous. Oh, no. Oh, no. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. I'm going to put these in a slightly bigger bag because they are slightly bigger buttons. So far 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 23. 23. Yeah. My sticker paper does not want to peel. There we go. There. Okay. We have 2, 4, 6 in there. Being very organised today. I feel very virtuous. 3 of these. See, these my Vogue 9357 little tie front shirt that I finished the other day. That fits on. That will fit 3 buttons on it. So those yellow ones that I had earlier, these little yellow shell ones, and these will be great for one of those shirts. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 of those. Right, let's not be lazy. Let's take these off of their cards. Oh, I watched The Imitation Game for the second time the other night. I'd forgotten kind of how it went. Just such a sad story. That poor man. So 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28. 28 of these little green doodads. Where do we get to with the chat? Sal says, are those grapes I see on your table? I'm obsessed with grapes, but it's not grape season here, so I can't have any, and seeing them on your table is a tease. Lol. Yes, I do have some grapes there. I'm trying to be healthier in my snack choices, and I very much enjoy grapes, although some of the ones I've had recently have not been great, some of the red ones. So I have switched over to white, which are very nice at the moment. I said there was 28 of these, didn't I? I'm going to write the label before I forget. Ange says, I'm too cheap to buy special storage boxes for buttons. The single-layered Ferrero Rocher boxes do well for me. Fits into an IKEA tall, thin storage tower perfectly. Nice. Yeah, I really like those boxes with the little different compartments in them, and I have a couple of them, but I don't have enough compartments for all these buttons, and I don't want to spend money on more of those. So, and it hadn't even occurred to me that this might fail me. They've always given me the fear. These are really pretty. I like this shade of green. Again, these were from my local fabric machine store. I keep saying fabric store. It's not a fabric store. That's closing down, which is really sad. But I think they just don't want, he's still going to do repairs for machines. I just don't think they want the responsibility of a shop anymore, which is fair enough. Oh, wrong one. Jojo says, with the Pansy buttons, make a throw cushion for your room and use the buttons as a feature on the front. They're so pretty. Definitely a possibility. They do need to be showcased in some way because they are lovely. She used to live just down the road from us in St. Lawrence, so I got to go to her kitchen to go and pick them up. Simpson Family says, I cut out fabric Monday all day. Tuesday to Friday I sew from 10 a.m. till 12 p.m. Then 4 p.m. till 6 p.m. At night I hand sew. The weekends at night I hand sew. Then weekends housework. This is very organized. I like it. Oh, I watched the Truman Show the other day as well. I literally spent Friday and Saturday just feeling sorry for myself and watching all of the 80s, 90s movies. Truman Show was 90s, wasn't it? Or was it early 2000s? Oh, dropping paper on the floor. Not good. Right, so I've got 2 sizes of square, medium square and small square. Clearly that was all they had in the shop because I would have bought more of these if I could have. So I've got 8 of these medium square buttons, and one of them is like super square, and then the others are kind of round. I don't know if you're going to be able to see that. It's very square, and then these are like kind of rounded squares. But I have 8 of those. Oh, do I have 8 of those? I think I have 7 of those. No, I have 8 of those. No, I only have 7 of those. The back of one of these is a bit squiffy. Yeah, I have 7 of these. That's fine. That'll do a shirt. 7. And then I also have some of the very much smaller ones, which I have a lot more of. So that's good. We'll take those off as well. Charlie says, many of my buttons are from Late Granny's collection. I just haven't been able to use them. Just feels wrong. Yeah, I inherited my Nana's buttons. But it was one of those button boxes where she'd cut buttons off of garments that had officially died and were no longer good except for cleaning rags. And so there was like the odd button here or there. Or it was the spare buttons that come with clothing, and they'd all gone into this like tin. So I didn't end up keeping them. I've got 20 of these because there's 5 on a card and I've got 4 cards. I didn't end up keeping very many of them because there were just no sets, or there was like 1 or 2 of each, and it wasn't a way of there wasn't sort of I wouldn't want mismatched buttons on a garment. But I kept 1 or 2. There was a few in here that I haven't shown you that were from that, and they're like just ones that I remember where the garment that they came from. So I've kept them for sentimental reasons, not that I will probably ever use them. So I am very nearly done with this little procrastination task, and then I will have to move on to organising my patterns, which I don't know why I'm procrastinating doing that as much as I am, but there you go. We all know I'm a bit odd. So I've got 20 of these because I had 4 cards of 5. Okay. I feel good again. My button box is properly organised. Weird, the different things that make us feel like valid humans, hey? Okay. I'm going to have to find somewhere for this excess sticker paper to live. I think I know where that is. It's not, oh, we could put it in the bottom of the button box, I suppose. That could work, couldn't it? So that yeah, let's do that. There we go. Right, put that away. So I'm going to get a box for you guys to sit on, and I'm going to turn you around a little bit. And we are going to do some PDF pattern organisation because it's a mess and I need to sort it out. Okay. Box for you guys to sit on, because otherwise you will be at far too low a level, which is not great. There we go, that's better. Tip that back. I'm going to take my iPhone with me over there and my lunch. And we are going to try and organise that giant cupboard there. I'm going to move some fabric out of the way. I'm going to turn you around a little bit. There we go. Right, I think what I'll do first is go through and pull out all the ones that don't have their stickers on, and so I can stick all the stickers on. And then we can organise into garment type a little bit better, because at the moment, like I say, they're all a bit smooshed in. So let's try and catch up with the chat. Where did I get to? Let's see. Judith says, are the file folders still easily available? Elba top file. I've been looking and I can't find them. They are on Amazon, but at the moment, all the ones that I've seen are really expensive. As I say, I usually get 50 for around £35. I once got 50 for £15. It's the lime green ones, and I wish I'd bought more of them because I bought one set. They clearly realised they priced it incorrectly, and the price went up to 75 quid. I wish, because I thought there must be something wrong with them, so I thought, you know, 15 quid, I'll try it. And then I was just like, no, I'm going to buy all that's available. I think there were 3 sets, and the price went up to 75 quid. So they are on Amazon, but you just have to kind of like catch them when they're at the right price, because otherwise they get really expensive. Sorry, that's not more helpful, Judith. Natalie says, I'm sure your granny would be very happy for you to use her buttons. They probably would be, wouldn't they? Like, it would be good that they get used, but it's one of those things where we're just like, oh, I can't do the thing. Rachel says, Judith, I bought my latest supply from Staples. I think they were £30 for 50. Ooh, good knowledge. Thank you, Rachel. Judith says, thank you, Rachel. Johanna says, I have some buttons strings on some old floss, a bit labour intensive, but it takes up less room. Ooh, yeah. Sal says, I just finished the Adam Driver and Bill Murray zombie movie, The Dead Don't Die. So funny and different. I haven't seen that. I shall have to keep an eye out for it. Nimue says, I'm usually so spoiled because fabric store 5-minute walk away has a literal wall of buttons to choose from, and then I found myself cut off suddenly last spring. Yeah. Do Judith says, has anyone tried Textile Garden for buttons? They have loads of coconut shell buttons and other eco buttons. I bought some made of coffee grounds for a coat. Oh, it's so interesting. I haven't, no. I shall have to have a look. Anne says, this is lovely. I'm doing my Sunday night sewing, listening to chat. Feels so lovely to not be sewing by myself. Oh, I'm so glad you're enjoying it. Right, yeah, let's I think mine is a good plan. Get all the ones that need the stickers on out, then organize. Good plan. Good plan, I think. Okay. Okay, so I think I just broke a nail. Bum. I did. Never mind. Did say there was lots of patterns needed things, didn't I? Oh, yeah. So done. So many without stickers. Okay. This will be fine. I didn't bring my coaster over with me, and I should have. Okay. Right. How did I do this last time as well? Okay, so where did we get to with the chat? Sal says, love the sound they make sliding in and out of the shelves. It is a good sound, isn't it? Let's have a little rubbish pile down there. Jenna Pin says, maybe trying to find an hour a day to sew would work better for me, but I have a new plaything arriving soon. Ooh, what have you got? And yeah, everyone needs to find a different way of what works for them, don't they? And Karen says, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Karen. That one was easy. It was right there. This sticker paper does not want to peel as easily as the last stuff that I had. Okay. 6891. It's a McCall 6891. What is that? Does not. Oh, it's the shirt dress, isn't it? Does ring a bell. There it is. 6891. See, this is why I want to put these stickers on, because the numbers just don't immediately spring to mind. As much as it might look like they do, it's not one of those ones where I'm just like, oh yeah, I know exactly what that is. It's definitely I have to think about this. Right, this is one of the bigger ones. There we go, 7997. I'm going to persevere with that dress because I do think it's going to work. If I do it in a better fabric. Pattern Union Phoebe Flounce, right on, very easily visible. I like it when that happens. Butterick 57 was one of the ones that I messed up on, and I have the giant image, so I've got to try and stick that on slightly carefully so it's sort of straight. See if I can do slightly better this time. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be straight, but never mind. And again, like, you know, I get asked a lot how I store my PDFs. This is just what works for me. This is not the only way of doing it. Vogue 9257. So Vogue 9257. That's those trousers that betrayed me. That's why that number was like not going in. McCall's 5193. That is the waistcoat that I've traced at the moment. It's the 4-piece suit set. And I do really like the trousers and the skirt, but the measurement just does not go up to my hip measurement. It's about 5 inches too small. For my actual, the finished garment measurement is 5 inches smaller than my actual hip measurement. So I don't think I'm going to make the, words are hard. don't think I'm going to make the skirt or the trousers from that pattern set, but I will do something similar because I do like the idea of having a 4-piece suit. And I do have some black wool suiting that I got from Lady McElroy via Sherwood's, and I bought 5 meters of it, and I think they still do it, and I'm tempted to go back and get a little bit more because I kind of have it in my head that a 4-piece black suit, like jacket, waistcoat, trousers and skirt, would be a great thing to have. I like the idea of it. I think this is one of the bigger ones. Looking for the hunter tank now. Yeah, I like the idea of a black 4-piece suit in my wardrobe. I think that would be something that I would enjoy having because all the pieces would work really well with lots of other things. I never kind of am overly enthused about sewing with plain black because we all know how much I like colour and print. But I do wear my, well, I wore my black trousers to death, so I need some new black trousers. And my black circle skirt, I haven't worn it for a while, but I do wear that quite frequently. So I think that was one of, yeah, here we go. And I really like that black wool suiting that I got from Sherwood's. It's really, really, really nice. So yeah, Vogue 9345. Okay. So I already have a Vogue 9345 envelope for the dress, but this is for the shirt. And I've perfected the tie front shirt, as you guys saw in the last vlog. But I want to do now like the slightly extended version so that I can wear it under things. Right. So the Sew Over It Work to Weekend ebook, I've printed out the line drawings and kind of, I did it on A4 size, and then I'm just going to stick each one on the envelope because I didn't bother last time, but I just like how this looks. And we've got the Dana, that's the Edie, that's the Dana underneath. I'm still trying to decide if I want to do a capsule collection around the Work to Weekend book because I like the Dana Camille and Kate dress, but I'm not a huge fan of the trench coat, but I like the idea. Oh, I didn't print one out for that. They're the Sew Over It Betty dress. There's scoop and V neckline extensions. I didn't print a picture out for those. I may rectify that later. Style Art Ziggy jacket. I have. So I mentioned in a vlog that I didn't have that pattern and wanted to make it, and then 4 of you lovely people bought me that pattern. So I have 4 copies of it. I've given one to my sister-in-law, and I think I've got 2 of these folders with the, yeah, like the printed, I bought the printed paper pattern from them. So I think what I'm going to do, because 2 people bought me, one person bought me a voucher, which I then bought the printed pattern with. Another person bought me the printed pattern, and 2 people bought me the PDF pattern, which was really kind of you. So I think what I'm going to do is, I think I have 2 of the paper cut Rigel bomber. I think I have 2 of the printed patterns, so I will put one in a giveaway. I'm not sure when I'm going to do my next giveaway. I'm not sure what milestone I'm aiming for, but there will be a giveaway at a certain milestone. Come on, where's my wage? I know I've printed it out. I've seen it. Here it is, right on the top. Okay. There we go. Sewaholic Minoro. Sewaholic Rebson Trench Coat. I have to do a full bust adjustment to this because Sewaholic patterns are drafted for pear shapes, and the bust is for a B cup. And as I say, I mentioned it earlier, I made one as a muslin, a wearable muslin, now turquoise twill with hot pink, and I need to do a full bust adjustment to it. There we go. I will probably need to do a full bust adjustment to this pattern as well, which is the Decades of Style capelet. But there is somebody who's already done that as a sew along and done all the hard work for me. So at some point I shall be making one of those because that is lovely. Okay, here we go. So sew over it Anna coat. I mean, I probably would like that. It's just a very simple trench coat, the Anna. And I like the ones with more details on them. But I could always steal details from, say, the Soraya jacket that By Hand London did. So I made a decision for the Ralph Pink one. I'm going to keep the pattern. I mean, I actually liked the jacket. It was the sleeves I didn't like. They were giant. So I suppose I could always go back and alter that at some point in the future. But as I say, I don't have a digital copy of this anymore. And he doesn't sell this pattern anymore, and the website's completely changed. So I'm reluctant to, even though it doesn't look great on me as is, I'm reluctant to get rid of it. Edie top. So over at Work to Weekend. Okay, so over it Haxby. Really need to make this skirt because I like it a lot. I have all these grand plans for all these things I want to do, and then I'm kind of running out of time to actually do any of them in. Now and then Patterns Evelyn, which is there. I was all ready to cut out the silk for that one, and then a couple of people said that the top looked too tight on me, and it gave me the fear. Which is ridiculous. Nearly dropped that. That wouldn't have been good, would it? Where am I up to with the chat? Karen says, I just said aloud, your hair looks great today. And my husband says, you say that every Sunday. Oh, thank you. It's a little bit fluffy today, but it's because I didn't do anything with it yesterday. Gin Pin says, a 32-inch rigid heddle loom. I'm going to be able to make my own fabric. Very exciting. Yeah, that's going to take up all of your free time for a while, definitely. New toy to play with. Chris says, Sian, are these big 4 patterns only the ones that you have traced and then you keep the original pack elsewhere? Yeah, so these are obviously the big 4 patterns, and then if I trace it, I will keep the tracing in one of these envelopes. And Style Arc Elmy Top. I'll keep the original in one of these envelopes, and then this is why I'm putting these stickers on, so that I can easily refer back to what it is. But then also my PDF patterns, when I have them printed, so I'll have this is just the official printed pattern in here. In fact, this is the one that I bought from them printed. And then I will, when I do the tracing, I'll put the tracing in here as well. And that's just how I store my PDFs. But for my big 4 patterns that I have the pattern envelope will stay here with the instructions and the tissue paper. And then the traced one will go into one of these folders in the cupboard. Friday Pattern Company Adrian blouse. See, a lot of these ones that don't have labels on them are because like I know what they are by name. I'm just sticking the label, the pattern label on it because I think it looks pretty and I like it. Like I know what the Adrian blouse is. I don't need to kind of like have the picture to remember what it looks like, but I just like how it looks. Because like last time I did this, as I mentioned, I just did the ones that were ones that I don't know what they are at glance. And I prefer how this looks, so that's why I'm doing this. Back of my sewing machine is so dusty. French Poetry Etoile dress. That was a present from the very lovely Rachel. Thank you, Rachel. See, like I'm saying, no, I got distracted, but I have all these ideas for things that I want to do. Like I really want to do a sew all my French poetry dress patterns up, and then I really want to do sew all my Deer and Doe patterns up. But I just like, you know, there's no time. I need more time. I mean, of course there's time. It's just, it's going to take me a while to get to all these ideas, and I want to do them all now. It's another final one that I messed up on, but I am going to come back to this pattern and perfect it. And it is part of a sew along, so I'm halfway through with the sew along. I did really like how I fluffed that up massively. That's going to be squiffy. Never mind. I really liked how the top came out. The hat came out. It's just the lining and the outer did not match, so I need to. It's another Starlark Ziggy jacket. Do you see what I mean? I've got lots of things. I need to give one away. Yeah, I need to, with the hat, I need to kind of go in and see if I trace the wrong size, which is definitely a possibility, or see if I need to alter it. And that's why I use my friction pen on this label, because I just erased the Starlark Ziggy jacket. This can go in as an empty folder to be reused. And I'm going to put this second Ziggy pattern in with the first, which was, there it is. And then at some point in the future, I will do a giveaway with the Ziggy jacket, because, as I say, I have 2 hard copies of it, and I think I gave a 3rd hard copy to my sister-in-law, so nobody needs 3 copies of a same jacket. Great. Okay, princess coat. Oh, don't drop a sticker once you've peeled all the paper off. That's bad. Don't do that. There we go. Nailed it. Where did I get to with the chat? Anne says, is the 4-piece suit just a 3-piece with an additional skirt? I mean, yeah, it's a 4-piece suit is a jacket, waistcoat, trousers and skirt, and that all came in the same pattern bundle to all go together. So yeah. Karen says to Gin and Pins, I'm reading a book called The Golden Thread about the history of fabric and its effect on the world. There's fascinating historical information about the different types of looms. Carolyn says, the trousers that betrayed me. Yep. Noelia says, hi everyone, hope you're okay. I'm currently at my son's uni bedroom. We're coming to collect him after 1 week of self-isolation due to COVID. Oh no. I hope everything's okay. Nimue says, I started the Sew Over It Betty dress 2 summers ago. It's still missing its hem. I tried it on yesterday and it still fits. There's maybe 2 centimeters of gaping still in the back V. I bought an IKEA duvet for €4 this week that would be lovely as that pattern. Ooh, pretty, yeah. Lily says, hi Sian, hi everyone. First time participating in the chat, long time quiet peep. Like seeing the small Ks so well used. Noelia says hi to Lily. And Noelia says, that makes more sense. I read it as quiet sewing peeps, not quite. So Lily Bells says, Nimue, I had so many fitting issues with the Betty dress. I ended up swapping the bodice for one that fit me. Jojo says, ooh, I'm adding the sleeves onto my latest Adrian. I love that pattern. I need to make more of them. I only have 2. I want to add long cuffs to it as well for winter. Cecile says, did Sian tell us where she got the sticker paper from? I just got here. Amazon. I'm sorry, I do tend to buy most of, like, for convenience sake, from Amazon. Nimue says to sew Lily Bells, that's a shame. I need to grade between sizes and do some follow-up adjustments, but it's not been too bad for me. Chris says, I have about 600 Big 4 patterns and about 50 PDF patterns. Ugh, such a lot to store. I haven't counted those. I wonder how many I have in there. Dee says, good morning, all. Good morning, Dee. Duvlay says, hi, everyone. Hello, Duvlay. How are you? Nimue says, I often end up with a wide back because I'm right on the edge of needing a full bust adjustment, so my bust circumference is only needed in the front, not in the back. So Lily Bell says, my issues were with gaping neckline and baggy straps. Generally have trouble with sew over it pattern. Their block just needs quite a bit of adjustments. Julian's here, says, hey, hey. Hi, Julian. Gin and Pin says, after the finish, the True Bias Roscoe dress and blouse, I've got a couple of Starlight patterns, different level of instructions. So I've heard. I've never made a Starlight pattern. I am intrigued and nervous. There is a sew along for the Ziggy jacket, which I'm sure going to be very grateful for. See, this is the Simplicity 8013. It took me forever to trace this out. I'm never going to make this again. Oh, do I get rid of the tracing? I'm never going to make this. I don't like it on me. It needs too many alterations to be a good pattern on me. I'm going to put it to the side and see what you guys say. I think you're going to tell me to get rid of it, but I'm just going to put that one to the side. Okay, Happy Fashion Denmark top. Pattern Union core blouse. I really need to make this one soon. I love this one. Black snail waistcoat, as we were talking about earlier. Definitely like View B. Gonna need to make that soon as well. Okay. Grasser Patterns 799. Now I think I actually messed up. I think I've got a Grasser Patterns top in here as well. Where does it say it's the 799 on it? There's the 799. I think maybe I was pretty sure I had 2 of these patterns printed, but I'm pretty sure there were 2 pages of it. No, they're both 799, so I didn't have that other top printed like I thought I did. But that's fine. That is fine. I can do that at another time. This is definitely one that's going to get made up pretty soonish in the colder months. I love Sew It Curly's version of it. It is gorgeous. The Isosceles tea. Really like that as well. Don't know if I am cool enough to wear that, but I want to. Got Pattern Union Edith Smock, which I very much like. Okay. And DP Studios Drape Top. Oh, I don't know why that was in there because I know I've got that on its envelope. I need to make the drape top soon as well because I like that. And then I haven't pulled out the Camille jumpsuit from the Work to Weekend book yet. So I've missed that one off, but I know that needs a sticker as well. But that one, now that I've done most of them, that can get done as I go along. Let's not lose that wrap. So I'm just going to put all this paper into the bin. Then we can start organising the patterns. Need to empty my bin. It's very full. Oh, Stylark send labels with their patterns. So I need to put that back in with the Ziggy. Back in its envelope. Didn't know they did that. Like Vogue do as well. There's lots of those Vogue envelopes that have got patterns in them. Right, let's catch up with the chat, see what you guys say. And then we can get on with some cleaning. Cecile says, must do mine on Amazon too. We don't have anything close to us, so it's much easier when hubby has the truck all day at work. Dee says get rid of the 8013, so does sewing in PJs. Julia says give it away. It's a specific, I mean, it's a size 14 with a specific alteration on it. Yeah. Possibly could give it away, couldn't I? Maybe. Cecile says, get rid of it and make room for stuff you love. Nimoy says, yeah, get rid. Some of the things just don't need to take up any of your physical or mental space. Sal says, annihilate it. Duvlay says, I'm good trying to survive this heat wave with lots of showers and swimming trips to the lake. I'm already planning to install an air conditioning unit to my new home when I get it in a couple of years. Definitely. How are you all? Very well, thank you, Duvlay. Carolyn says, I only own one sew over it pattern because it nearly cost me $100. I ordered from their website, no problem. And then the conversion rate and bank fees hit. Oh, wow. Gin and Pin says, love the golden thread. My favorite chapter was on seamstresses for Playtex making the spacesuits for the moon landing. Nice. Eleanor says, what is the number of the 4-piece suit? At 73, I am more needing a black suit. Let me show you. It is a very old pattern. As I say, Daisy May gave me this one. It's the 5193. I haven't looked online to see if it can buy it, but I really, really like it. There we go. There's the line drawings. So it's like a fluted skirt, jacket, waistcoat, and some trousers. And I really like the style of the skirt and the trousers. They're just never going to fit me from this pattern, and I have others that are similar, which will. So, yeah. I love the waistcoat from this. I have made 2 now, and there will be more. La, 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 la. Elena says, never say never to the pattern. See, that's what I'm thinking, is that I've done all the hard work of tracing the damn thing, and I'm definitely, I don't know, I just don't like it on me. I might even give the pattern away. I don't know. Oh, it's not gonna hurt to, it's not like I am busting at the seams with zero room. There is room for it, so I'm going to keep it for a little while, and I may go through and have a purge. I've got no self-control, have I? Leanne says, have you ever thought of selling the patterns you no longer want on the KB group? No. I might actually close down the trading post, because I'm just a little bit worried about if anything goes wrong. I don't want to be held responsible, and I know you probably wouldn't. It's under my name, and I don't want to monitor it and police it in the way that I think it needs doing. So I think I might actually close that down. Nobody really uses it either, so yeah. And I never promote it because I'm not comfortable about it, so I think I'm going to close that one down. So Lily Bell says to Carolyn, oh my $100, I am with you, we'll make a beautiful dress with it. I'm sure you will make a beautiful dress with it. Yeah, bloody hope so, but wow, that is expensive. Rachel Lynn says, good morning all. Good morning. Eleanor says, thank you, you're welcome. Sal says, I made something last week, but it was a book. I am now published author on Kindle. Oh, that's so exciting. You did ask if you could share that on the Peeps group, and yeah, sure, no worries. It's a space for creative outlets, so your book makes complete sense to share it. So yes, no worries, Sal. Sorry I didn't answer that message. As you guys have known, no, I've kind of had a couple of sick days the last couple of days. Jojo says, I think I need to add the golden thread to my Audible list. It sounds brilliant. Yes, me too. Julie says, okay, I'm back for now. Had to go buy stuff. Yay, using money. Welcome back, Julie. And says, I have an uncut McQueen for Givenchy Vogue pattern for a 4-piece suit. Then I think I will pass it on to the next generation as an heirloom. I'm too precious with it. Oh, wow. That sounds amazing. Elena says, can you Franken pattern it? Is that the 8013? Possibly. Jinnapin says, make it a 5-piece capsule by adding a sleeveless dress which can be worn over tops. Ooh, genius idea, Jinnapins. Yes. Yes. Carol says, patterns sell pretty well on eBay. Dee says, congratulations to Sal, and so does Nimue. How exciting. Yeah. I'm thinking, like I say, about closing down the trading group just because I'm not comfortable with monitoring it in the way that I think it needs to be monitored, and that's just something that I'm stressing about in the background. But no, I don't think I want to use that. I think if I did decide to destash, I probably would try and do it on Instagram. Just because that seems to be where everybody does it, so it's like to be expected, and I might start a KB destash personal page. But yeah. Right, okay, so now that I've stuck the labels on these things, I want to separate them into garment types, so coats, dresses, trousers, tops, etc., etc. And that is how this is supposed to be organized, but it's kind of just gotten a little bit out of hand because things have got shoved in wherever they fit. But as I say, now that I'm expanding over here, hopefully I can organize a little better, because my dress one is going to be huge, and then my, for example, the underwear one is quite small. So but what I'm going to do is, when I move stuff over there, I'll move it in the file folders, and then I will do this and just leave the patterns by themselves in the shelves here. And that works because the file folders, these cubes are really deep, and I need the file folders to corral the pattern so that they don't kind of like get lost down the back and things. Whereas these shelves are exactly the right size for these, so they don't need the file folders in them. So the idea is that eventually it will end up looking just like that, and then all of these file, magazine holders will be in the cubes. That's the general idea. Right, so this is the top. It's a dress, top, dress, waistcoat, trousers, dress, top, dress, coat. Some of these piles are going to get much bigger than others. This is going to go in tops, dress, top, dress, waistcoat. I have 2 of those. Top, coat, dress, top, skirt, top, jacket. That can go with coats, coat, cape, coat, jacket, hats, and tops. Okay, where did I get to with the chat? Oh, la la la. Julie says, actually should go and pack my sewing space for moving. Oh, good luck with that. Sar says, don't stress, Shan, I'm not and will do, thanks. It has 6 out of the 34 short stories I have written. Very, very cool. Carolyn says, the name of Sal's book, Moving the Mannequin. Nimoy says, darn it, we only have the German translation of The Golden Thread at the library. I'd prefer to read the original. Julian says, I've been adding to my PDF pattern collections and it's been slim pickings for men's patterns. Oh, wow, I can imagine, yeah. Sal says, thanks, guys, and lol, Carolyn. Carolyn says, really happy for you, Sal. And Julie says to Nimoy and Sal, where is the mannequin? She's been moved out of the line of sight. They're in the corner. The adjustable one actually ended up in the bin because so I had 3 mannequins and the stands for them got damaged. So I only have enough stands for 2. So the adjustable one went in the bin because I didn't want to sell it to anyone and inflict it upon them because it's really that bad. Yeah. Right. Okay. Okay, so over here I have my I have my KB patterns, so all the ones that were drafted for me, and they're all together, so I'm going to keep those together. I've then got my French poetry dresses over there, and I've got 2 of those in here. But my dresses is kind of a big section, so I'm thinking I might want to put something over there that's less big that will fit in one file folder. Because my dress section is going to be way bigger than that, and I'd like to have them all together. So I think I want to keep my dress section in this cupboard. But that means I need to move something over there that I don't have that many of. So maybe trousers, because I don't have that many trouser patterns, as we know. So I have got some trouser patterns, just where are they? Here we go. Yeah, right. So trousers, jumpsuit, might put jumpsuit in a different one. Trousers, jumpsuit. There's the Camille, sorry. There's the Camille jumpsuit. So this is what I mean. Things have kind of gotten like smooshed together that I wouldn't necessarily have together if I had the space. So what I'll do is I'll put the trousers into the file folder and they can go over here. This is a jumpsuit. Should probably put that in its own little folder, shouldn't I? Right, so trousers are over there. And someone sent me this. Who sent me this? Deborah sent me this. This is the folkwear beach pajamas, which are beautiful. But they should have their own folder just for when I trace it out, because I will at some point trace it out, which means that I need to print off a picture for this, which means I need to make a new list so that I can try and keep on top of my patterns that need to be printed. So okay, bulk wear beach, pen's running out, great. Footwear beach PJs. Look at me being all organized. So I'm going to put that on a wall somewhere. So that I can add to it and then print them out. Hopefully not like, you know, leaving it till there's 40 odd again, like I did this time. So, oh, I need to write it on the outside as well. So, no, that's the pen that's broken. Put that actually in the bin. So, folkwear beach pajamas. Okay, and with my jumpsuits, I don't have very many of them, so they should fit in next to it, which they do, although that is now cram-packed. So at some point in the future, I'm going to get to the point where one of these magazine holders will have just jumpsuits in it. That's the plan. Right. Where did I get to with the chat? Viv says, does anyone have spare asbestos fingers I can borrow, please? I'm making bias banding. Oh, good luck with that. Sibson family says, congratulations to Sal. Sal says, thanks, guys. And Lord Caroline, I've read that one, sorry. Julie says to Sal, wait, what's going on? Debbie says, your lovely company is saving me a fortune. The Colville live sale is early today and I spent £30 in 10 minutes. Oh, good grief, good luck. Sal says, I may write a short story just for you and the peeps about the mannequin, a horror story. I'm thinking, oh my gosh, no, please don't put that in my head. I do, like, one of my least favorite Doctor Who episodes are when the mannequins move. It freaks me out, so don't make me scared of my sewing corner. Rachel Lynn says, Sal, I'd read it. And Sal says to Julie, I published a book last week, check out my Facebook. Chris says, Sean, do you find the pattern online and print the cover, or take a photo of your own pattern and print it off the photo? I tend to find the pattern online because the photography is way better, but every now and again I will use my own photos if I can't find a good one online. Alison says, hello, Sean and peeps. Greetings from cold Bendigo. Hope you are all well. How is Chiana today? Very well, thank you, Alison, and she is much better. Thank you for asking. Gin and Pin says, I'm going to get Cassia St. Clair's other book, The Secret Lives of Colour. I'm reading more non-fiction now. Oh, interesting. Cecilia says, is that a friction highlighter? I use those all the time because I am a commitment phobe. Yes, and it's a friction pen, yeah. And I love these because, again, I'm a commitment phobe as well, and I prefer rubbing this out than big splodges on my work. And TY says, good morning, beautiful. Love your dress. You designed that, sweetie. It's the 8577, the very first one I made for myself. Right, where did we get to? Okay, so let's do this one then. So that's top, top, top. Dress, top, top, skirt. Skirt, 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 skirt. Okay, so, oh, I've got some space down there. Right, okay. And let's see. These, I think, are dresses. Most of these are dresses. Dress, 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 dress and dress. I'm going to sort these out in a bit. But this bit is all, it's not all, some of it. So I've got some like jumper tops and then some like woven tops. So I want to sort them out into knits and wovens as well. See, McCall 7542. I hated how that came out. Why am I keeping this? Jumper, jumper, jumper. Wish I hadn't bought these ones. They're skinnier, but I suppose it kind of like two skinny ones and a fat one fit in. That's all coats. Let's sort out some of these jumpers and stuff. Okay, jumper, 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 woven, woven, t-shirt, woven, 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 t-shirt, t-shirt, woven, 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 woven. So these are all my jumpery, like knit tops or sweatshirts. I think that's all of them. Dress, 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 dress. No, there's more tops down here. Oh dear. Right, so that's skirts, waistcoats, and hat can go over there because there's not many of those. That's coats and that's dresses. Going to do those in a minute. Right, so this is more tops and t-shirts. Okay. I'm probably making life way harder for myself than I need to, but Julie says to Sal, oh, congratulations. We'll go there shortly. Kim says, what is the biggest difference between your new sewing room versus your old one? Is this room missing anything you wish you had? I'd like about a meter each way more room in here. That's the only thing. I would love to not have to put my table away to get to cut out, but I have to, and that's fine. It's not a problem. I knew that this is why it was designed, and I wanted a cutting table this size. That is the only thing that I would change about this, is just make it a scooch bigger, but not loads, just a little bit. But it is what it is, and it's great. I love that everything is under one roof, because in previous one I had my woven fabric in my house, my knit fabric down in the sewing room. The cutting table was the kitchen island, which meant that I made a mess in the kitchen every time I wanted to cut out, and I had to tidy away after myself every single time because otherwise it would drive Mum nuts. And I did tidy away, not as often as she would like, but often enough, hopefully. And this place, everything is under one roof, so I can shut the door on it, walk away, and it's not in Mum's face, which is great. yeah, the only thing I would like is just a scooch more room, but I think everybody can say that. If I'd had that much more room, I probably would have managed to fill it with other stuff, and I would still have to move my table up and down. So yeah, I'm really happy with this new room. Do not miss the old sewing room. It's so much lighter in here as well. The lighting is so much better, as you guys have said. Yeah, love it. Absolutely love it. Ange says, wasn't there an 80s film about a mannequin coming to life and falling in love with the department store window dresser? I think it's Kim Cattrall from Sex and the City. I love the fun, fashion. Yes, yeah, it's called Mannequin, isn't it? I love that movie. Me and my brother both love that movie. We watch that and Splash quite frequently when it's just the two of us together. Sal says to Ange, it's called Mannequin. Cecilia says to Ange, yes, it's one of my favourite movies. Nightmare Beg says the Stone Angels in Doctor Who don't make eye contact. Oh, I hate those. I hate those. Gin and Pin says, my niece, who is 16, has real photophobia about mannequins in museums. We have to go in first to make sure it's safe for her. Oh, bless. Yeah, I don't like them. I don't like them. Alison says, here in Bendigo, we have had the Mary Quant exhibition, which closed today. Would have loved to have gone and seen it. It was wonderful. Oh, lovely. Rachel Lynn says, it was my birthday on Thursday day, and I got a pair of Kai scissors. My father-in-law gave them to me. They're the 10-inch ones. I'm excited to cut something out today. Mum was trying to use some other pairs of scissors because mine are on the wall over there. And she was really struggling, so I passed them over to her, and she was like, oh, they're so much better. So I'm going to have to move all my scissors and rotary cutters and stuff from up there because Mum can't access them, and I have to lean to get them, and I'm going to put them on the side of the cupboard over here. But yeah, Kai shears are awesome, so happy birthday, and yeah, you got some Kai scissors. Let us know how you get on with them. Alison says, I now got my eyes open for McQueen goodies, especially in the Butterick patterns. Is that right? The MQ goodies, especially for Butterick. Gig Racer says, how elaborate is your pattern organisation? I can see you split into type of clothing, but do you break it down any further? So yeah, I'm going to break it down into knit tops and wovens, and I'm going to do that for every category, like knit or woven. And with this one, I do break it down even further than that. So like shirt dresses, wrap dresses, sheath dresses, that kind of thing, just because I have so many dress patterns. But I don't think I'm going to do that so much with these ones, although it may get to the point where I need to do that. Cecile says, I have to make so many alterations to my printed patterns that they are covered in tape. So I decided I am going to make big pockets with Bristol board sheets, put a hook on the top and hang them in the closet in the sewing room. Nice. Yeah, I like that. Carolyn says, can I ask what is the history or background as to why you call a jumper a jumper? In the US, they're called sweaters. So I'm just curious. I have no idea what the etymology of jumper and sweater. I don't know why we call, I mean, you guys call pants, you guys call trousers pants. And to us, pants means underwear. And you guys just say underwear. So when you guys say I've gone out, like I was watching, you know, oh, I've not put my pants on yet. It's like, that means you're naked to me, but obviously it's not to you. So yeah, it's really interesting how different clothing items have kind of been called different things. I believe Angela Clayton calls dresses that you wear over either sweaters or shirts or something, she calls those jumpers, like a jumper dress. Which I said once, and then somebody was like, I don't think any Americans ever said that. And it was like, but I heard it from an American. So I don't think it's even universal in the country that you're in either. Cecile says, fold the pattern and pop them in the side to keep them sorted. Oh yeah, for her hanging her patterns on Bristol board. I think that's a really good idea. Viv says, Rachel Lynn, happy birthday for last week. Jealous of your scissors. Nightmare Bug says, I went to a Doctor Who convention and they had an actress as a stone angel that would move sometimes. Oh, no. No. Alison says, MQ. Mary Quant, she did some designs for Butterick patterns and also Sidar knitting patterns. Ooh, yeah, keep an eye out for those, definitely. Kim says jumpers in Australia also. Kathleen says, yes, a jumper in the US is a sleeveless style dress to wear over tops. And Karen says, jumper equals pinafore to me. So, yeah, it's really strange, isn't it? Cecile says, in Canada, we call dresses that have dungaree straps jumpers. It's really interesting how like different clothing items have just ended up being called different things. Definitely. Right. Okay. So they're dresses, so they can go in the dress pile. This is the coats, so they can go down there with the coat pile. Okay. So let's organize this into t-shirts and sweaters. Okay, so hopefully these will fit in these little doodads. I have a feeling I have more of these floating around somewhere though. Yeah, that fits, that's good. So they're t-shirts, but I've got, this is more tops here. Okay. Shirt, woven top, knit, that's a bodysuit, that's a cardigan, cardigan, t-shirt, 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 shirt, t-shirt. Okay, so I'm thinking, what have I put in here? They're t-shirts, yeah. So I'm thinking this bigger one ought to have t-shirts in it. I've got a t-shirt here from La Carla that's still in its old envelope, and I'm just going to take the envelope away. And I'm not going to worry about printing off a sticker for this one. I'm going to cut the little illustration and put that on the front with some tape. I really need to make this t-shirt because I really like it. It's like a drape front, but it's got like a double, so the underneath is solid like a t-shirt, and then it has a drape piece that goes over the top. So I'm just going to grab some tape, stick that down. I'm feeling very virtuous today, guys. Very virtuous. Okay. Okay, so what is this pattern number? 4039. So La Carla 4039, and that is a t-shirt, so it can go in here. These are jumpers. I've already done that, haven't I? So we've got cardigan, 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 bodysuit. That's a shirt and a shirt, so they can go over with the wovens. This is a knit tunic, so that can go in here. Okay. So hopefully that can be my knit garments up there. This is dresses, and that's dresses. So I'm going to make this my tops. Dress, 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 dress. Oh, we've got more tops over here. Hang on. So, okay, so they're sweaters. I don't think they're going to fit in that little one. I'm going to put them in there. These are all woven tops. So we've got camisole, 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 shirt, 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 wrap top, shirt, kind of cami, top, top, top. Okay. There's a wrap top there as well. Okay, so put some tops in here and in here. Tops. The file folders, if you can see them up there, they're full of empty patterns as well. That's tops. Okay. Okay, getting there. Getting there. I think I'm going to end up with just dresses on the lower one. So I think my suiting patterns, so I've got my waistcoats here, so suiting can go up here as well. And they're all dresses. Dresses, dresses, dresses. Lots of dresses. Going to separate these out into woven and knits. Accessories can go up here as well. Dresses, dresses, dresses. Lots of dresses. So this is all my Lacala patterns. And this is the honey dress that I took apart to be traced. So Lacala patterns, I don't think I can end up being precious about how they go together, so I'm just going to have to like add to those, because as we can see I have lots of dress patterns. So I'm going to split them into woven and knits. So woven, 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 woven. It's going to be a lot more woven than knits, I think. Okay. Woven, 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 knit. Woven, woven, knit. Knit, 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 knit. Woven. Trousers. Trousers are up here. See, look, it works. I remember. Knit, 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 knit. They're skirts. These are dresses. So many dress patterns. Okay, so over it, so over it. I put those in here. They're the extension ones. So woven, 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 woven. This is a Mrs. Depew gown in the Dressmaker's Ball gown. They can go in there as well. Knit, French poetry, French poetry, French poetry. Grasser. Knit, woven, 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 and woven. Okay, are they all my dress patterns? No, there are more. Okay. Woven, 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 woven. Where am I so over it? Betty pattern. Where is that gone? Oh, there's more tops down here. There's more tops. Ah! Right, let's start getting some of these dresses away, shall we? So we've got by hand London patterns here. Dresses, 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 all of the dresses. So over it patterns. Okay. So over it, trying to keep them sort of together. So over it. This kind of makes sense to me. These are my French poetry and Grasser patterns, so they can go in next. They're so over it, so they can go together with the other so over it ones. Okay, so I think I'm done for that little pile. Right. Trying to put the shirt dresses together now, because we know there's quite a few of those. Oh, they're so over it as well. Oh, that's a shirt dress. Yeah, I'm not doing very well at organising these bits, am I? Right. Okay, I'm trying to put the Vogue ones together and the Butterick ones together. Okay, and we've got McCall's, McCall's, McCall's. That's a. So I'm trying to put the indie ones together, the Butterick ones together, and the Vogue ones together. That's the plan. Making this up on the fly. Okay, got all the indie ones there. Indie, that's simplicity. It's not technically an indie, is it? No. Okay. That's an indie. Okay, so there's my McCall's ones. That can go there. Then we've got shirt dresses. So try and put those in a little bit of order as well. Okay. Take these out of there and put them in here too. Okay, right, so we've got knit dress patterns next. So McCall's, indie, McCall's, Vogue, simplicity, indie, Vogue, indie, Vogue, McCall's, indie, McCall's, Butterick, and indie. Okay, so that's my knit patterns, knit dress patterns. These are tops, which is a bugger. Never mind. It'll be fine. Okay, shirt, top, 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 shirt, top, top, shirt, shirt, top, top. Okay, let's see if I can finagle this up here. They're all my shirts. There. That's shirts. And these are just tops. We can do this. We can totally do this. They are t-shirts. What were they? That was hat and my suiting. So the rest of these. Go there. There we go. Okay, that worked. So, I've done that one. Just about to redo some work that I've already done. Okay, so we've got swimwear, dressing gown, pajamas, underwear, pajamas, dressing gown. So they can all stay together because they are neatly organised. So that's good. Okay, and the bottom shelves, I don't know if you can see them. You can just, so that's my empty file folders. That's family patterns, and that's all bag patterns, which are done. So I've got coats and skirts left to do. And I have 3 big ones of these, and I need, so I'm going to need to transfer these over into a big one. And which means that I'll be able to get 2 of, yeah, that should work. Should work. We'll see. Okay, so these are all skirts. Which I'm gonna go there. I'm really behind with the chat, aren't I? Let's see, where do we get to? Really behind with the chat. Let's see. Okay, Cecile says, in Canada we call dresses that have dungarees straps jumpers. Carol says, and dungarees are overalls. Denim Pin says, I have a quick sew pattern for a jumper dress. It's a pinafore. Sal says, I'm 38 and currently wearing a jumper that I've had since about 14. Oh, it's so cute. Catherine said, I consider dungarees overalls. Chris says, what about ladies calling dresses frocks? That's maybe a kind of like era thing, I think, maybe. Carol says, dungarees is just an old-fashioned term for jeans. Cecile says that she says the same as Kathleen, that she considers dungarees overalls. Nimue says, Britain and America are 2 countries divided by a common language. Don't know who said it first, but I know from Lawrence Brown, and us non-native speakers do not thank either of you for it. I can imagine. Cecile says, we won't get started with the names that are different between North America, the food names that are different between North America and the UK. No. Crisps and chips. No. Sal says, it's funny, here in Australia we call shoes flip-flops, call the shoes flip-flops thongs instead, which I know is what a piece of underwear is called. Lol. Yeah. I love the bit in Friends when Joey gets really upset with Charlie when she's not wearing a thong, and she's like, no, I'm wearing thongs, and she means her sandals, her flip-flops. Cecile says, Sal, in older days we called them thongs too. The actual thongs became popular. Then actual thongs became popular. Kim says, you're doing a great job. You're going to feel so good when you finished. I think I remember where I put everything. Sal says to Cecilia, thongs are now a part of the typical Aussie summer look, for which makes me an un-Aussie because I hate wearing them and don't. And says, I'm trying a Russian pattern company, Vicky Sews. Can't get over how cheaply they sell them for untranslated. Thank goodness, Google Translate. Haven't tried Lacala though. I haven't got a Vicky Sews pattern, but there's quite a few that I would like from her. D Sals, I don't wear them either. Hate the feeling between my toes. Yeah, I don't like them either. I have a few pairs that I very rarely wear on holiday as just something to slip on so I don't fall over next to the pool, but I don't like them. Kathleen says, don't wear them either. Give me blisters between my toes. Ouch. Oh, yeah. Cecile says, they're horrible for support for your ankles too. Carol says, the fold line has started carrying Vicky Sews pattern with English instructions. Yeah, they haven't done all of them, and there's quite a lot that I want. And I can imagine that majority of the ones that I want are not going to be the translated ones, but it's fine. Sal says, Sal, thought you were talking undie thongs, not flip-flop thongs at first. That's why I said they were unflattering, lol. Elena says to Ange, I thought Vicky Sews have only pattern and no instructions. I think they have got instructions. I think they're just in Russian. Sal says, lol, it's Cecilia. Laurel says, good morning, peeps. Good morning, Laurel. Sally says, where do you get all of your folders from? They look good for organising patterns. I get mine from Amazon, although Rachel was saying Staples have them as well. Sal says, if there's a shortage of PDF patterns in the world, we know who to blame. And Sally says she should sort them in different colours for different companies or types. That is a good idea, and I would like to have done that, but the reason I have so many different colours is the ones that the ones I buy on Amazon, they have them in all the colours, but there's usually one colour that's cheapest. And for a while it was these blue ones, then it was the purple ones, then it was the cream one. I got the green ones for £15 for 50, which was amazing. And So they've come in. I've got orange ones as well because that was the cheapest at the time. And the idea of, I love that idea, but the idea of having to reorganize all of these into color type is a step too far for me. There are a lot of them and I'm not going to do that, but it is a great idea. But the reason I have so many colors is just because what was cheapest at the time. So let's do these. So that's a woven, knit, woven. Most of these are going to be woven. There's going to be very few knit jacket patterns. And then I'm going to organize into probably short and longer types as well. Because in fact, yeah, let's just organize into jackets and coats because there's going to be very few knit patterns. And we'll do one for anoraks. It's like this Gertie coat. I'm never going to make that again, but I'm loath to get rid of it because of all the work that went into it. Okay. Trench coat and okay. So I've got my trench coats together, my kind of like anoraks together, and then my fancier woven coats together in here. These are, so these are the sort of like boleros, and these are more coats. Okay, so they can go in there. Okay, so that's my woven dresses, underwear, friends and family patterns, empty file folders. So I've got 2 of these, thinner ones left over. So what I'll do is I'll put some of my dress patterns in these and then put them in here. That makes sense, doesn't it? So we'll have my By Hand London and Vogue patterns in one, and then Butterick in another one. And then we'll see if I need to move some more in. Put my French poetry ones in here as well, so that they fit. Here we go. Oh, come on. There we go. That's much better. Much better. Okay, so I've got my kittenish behaviour patterns, trousers and jumpsuits over there. Got my knit tops there, woven tops there, all of my woven dresses there, which is already crammed full, so that's definitely going to be, I'm going to have to move like one of these lot out next over to the cubes so that I can get more dresses in. Then we've got knit dresses, underwear, coats, and we're done. That's good. much happier with that. Now I know where kind of everything is, and I'm not just shoving things into a hole that's available. That sounds wrong. Sorry. But you know what I mean. Like, they're all in a organized place now. Feel much better about this. And as I say, I'm gonna, the plan is that the fabric's gonna go down and move across, and the patterns are gonna go over there, and it will be the magazine folders that move over, and then it will be these ones that are empty. I mean, the only reason I'm putting them in the magazine folders now is because I have nowhere to store the magazine folders if I don't do it this way. So, feeling good. Feeling really good. I'm just now like organizing everything. Got some interfacing over here that I need to just put away. I'm doing that. I feel very virtuous, guys. I have organized. Let's hope it stays like that this time, because I've done it before, but I hadn't gone quite as in depth in that, and then I didn't have that cube empty, so that was all shoved in there as well, which is why it didn't all fit. So yeah, that's much better, much happier. Right, so I'm gonna turn you back around, take you off your extra box, and we'll sit and chat for a while whilst I do some hemming. How's that sound? How does that sound? Tidy up after myself as I go. Yeah, when I next put the sewing room into like tracing configuration, I will move all of these hooks and stuff, which means this wall's going to be free for more decorative items, which is quite nice because I like the ones that I've got up there at the moment, and I would like to put up some more. One of the things that we're going to do is make some wall hangings from the fabric that Nimue sent me last year. It's got some sewing related little things that we're going to make some semi bunting out of, which is going to be cool. And then she also sent me an all over print, which I want to make covers. When I say Mum Mum is going to make covers for my overlocker and cover stitch machine, because at the moment they've just got the plastic ones on, which are not very nice. So, right, now which one works? That one works. That one's broken. Not broken. That one's finished. My orange buttons, I didn't label them. I can't remember how many I ordered either. Let's see. How many did I order? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 6, 28, 30, 32. I don't ever order things for a specific project. It's like I have a million zips in my stash. Oh, these are not going in this. I think I might put them in a different baggie. I ended up with one baggie left, didn't I? This one's not great. Oh. So I kind of just like open order and stuff because I'd rather have too many in stock than not enough. Which is a weird way of looking at life, isn't it? There's the bag, and I put the labels at the bottom, didn't I? Cut the label off. So 32, I said, didn't I? 32. I will leave these out because I am going to use them in a minute to sew onto my goldfish shirt. Dress? Words? Words are hard. So, where did I get to with the chat? Oh, I've caught up with that. Oh, I've caught up quite good. Una says you might make the Gertie coat in organza or something to go to the dressmaker's ball when it's back on. Oh, it's the Gertie for Butterick, the kind of like the initial version of her Charm Patterns princess coat. I will not make that again. I don't like it. It's got grown on sleeves. No, do not like. Will not use. So there is 3 patterns out of all of my ones that are ones that I will never make again, that I still have kept the tracing of, which I suppose is a bit daft, but that's just me. I'm clearly a bit daft. I'm so much happier with that. That's so good. Yay! Let's see. Kathleen says, "What are you in the narrow shelves by your patterns?" Oh, you mean those ones? That's my printed pattern envelopes. So Vogue, McCall's, and then all the indie printed ones that I've got as well. Sal says, "Lol." Alison says, "Sean, have you tried to find video tutorial on how you turned your Vogue dress pattern into a skirt? I really like the skirt, and I'm thinking of getting the Swarovski Hollyburn skirt." It's actually, there isn't an independent video for it, but if you watch the sew along for the 9357, I show you how to take the midriff panel out in the first section. So that makes this skirt the right measurement for the waist, and then all you'd need to do is draft a rectangular waistband and stick that on. So it's in that one. Alison says, "But I also like your skirt too." I like the Hollyburn skirt from Sewaholic. Laurel says, "I bought the PDF pattern for the Burda magazine dress you showed us last week. It's so cute." It is. Need to get over my fear of those and make myself a Burda pattern, don't I? Sasha says, "Hi from Dominica." Hello, welcome. Noelia says, "I'm back now. I'm in the car on the way home. I've relegated to the back, so watching you live. My son was okay, just had to isolate. He was in a hotel with free meals for 10 days. So not bad. I'm glad he's okay, and yeah, hopefully the food was good. I would eat a lot if it was free meals for that long. Definitely, I would eat all the food. Right. So, have all of these. I've got a whole bunch of patterns over here that I've got out. Yep, they have all got stickers on them that need stickers on them. Yep, that's good. That is good. I need somewhere to store my scrunchy pattern. I don't want to put it in a file folder because it's just these 2 pieces of paper, but I need somewhere to put it so it doesn't get lost. At the moment, it just kind of like lives out over here, but yeah, need to work out what I'm going to do with that. Noelia says, "I've been making the Shelby dress for one of my daughter's friends. She liked my daughter's one. It's so nerve-wracking. I keep worrying I'm going to mess it up, and I'm not sure I'll do it again." He said he got bored of the food after a while. Oh, bless. I suppose if there's a limited room service menu, I can imagine it gets a bit boring. And that's very nice of you making a Shelby dress for somebody else. And I know exactly what you mean, how nerve-wracking it is making things for other people. So good luck with that. And yeah, do what makes you happy, which for me would not be making things for other people. Julian says, "I'm a ball of nerves and excitement today. My top secret project launches today for some eyes and Wednesday for everyone." Oh, I'm excited now. And you can't tell us what it is, can you? Oh, I can imagine you're a ball of nerves. I hope it goes really well. And I'm looking forward to Wednesday to seeing. Oh, that's exciting. Please share in the Peeps group what it is, because I would love to see. That is if you have time and you remember, and don't worry if you don't, because obviously it's going to be very exciting and you have bigger priorities than that. But yeah, exciting. Right, so I was going to do some hemming, didn't I? Do you guys mind if I do some hemming? Is that all right? Otherwise, it's just not going to get done, because every time I go back up to mine, I try and sit down and do it, and Shiana's just like, no, the lap is mine. It's like I try and sew on top of her. No, she'll not be having that. Right. Let's do this one first. Definitely won't get it all done today, but it would be nice to get some of it done. Julian says he will share in the Peeps group. That's good, thank you. Noelia says she's such a sweet girl and she's only 15. I'm sure she'll be happy with it, but I'm a perfectionist. I know that feeling. Totally know where you are coming from. Just tied a knot in my thread. Trying to unthread the needle, failing miserably. Didn't do this in the right order. Nimue says, wow, it's getting dark out here. Forecast might have been right about a thunderstorm after all. Ooh. Dee says, go ahead and hem. I'm cycle laundry whilst listening. It's nice to multitask. And Noelia says, quite a summer we're having, aren't we, Nimue? Yeah, it's a little bit miserable. Like, I would like some proper heat, please. We had some on Friday, which was perfect for when I was having to go and get my injection. I am such a chicken. I am a huge like phobia of needles, and obviously I had to go by myself. Mum came into town with me and waited outside for me, but I had to go into the actual thing myself, because usually she comes and holds my hand, which I'm a 42-year-old grown woman. I should be able to go and do that by myself, but I cried, and it's ridiculous. It's an irrational fear, and I need to keep reminding myself of that. It is irrational, but it also means that I can't help it. It's not something that I have built up by myself. It's something that is just like a phobia for me, a huge phobia. So I told the first check-in lady, I said to her, she's like, how are you today? And I was like, I'm terrified. And she's like, is this your first one? I was like, no, it's my second one. She's like, well, I'm glad you come back. Like, yeah. But then she walked me over to where I was getting it done and told the lady that I was nervous. And then the lady that was doing it was lovely. And I had a fireman taking all my details, and he was lovely. And I literally cried. It's stupid. It doesn't hurt that much. It really doesn't hurt that much. It's just, I didn't even look at the needle, because I would have, but it was cold sweats. I went pale. I started shaking, and I cried. And they looked at me, and they were lovely, but it was just like, oh God. And I came out, and Mum was having a cup of tea and a toasted tea cake, and she was like, oh, I thought you were going to be longer. I'd have got you something. It's just, I was white as a sheet and soaked in sweat, and it was hot. So I ended up being really stinky as well, and it was just horrible. And I'd worn my new shirt, which now needs washing. It was just utterly horrible. But I mean, I'm really glad that I've had it done, and it wasn't the experience itself, like the take away my phobia. The experience wasn't that bad at all, and they were lovely, and it was well organized and totally fine. But oh God. I am such a coward. Such a coward. So, I mean, to be fair, it's impressive that I went in there by myself, because like I say, usually Mum has to come and hold my hand when I have bloods taken and things like that. So, yeah, just, oh. Alison says, has anyone had printed pattern where the pattern just doesn't work out? I have a butterick jacket pattern, and the welt pocket pieces are way too big than they're supposed to be. I think there's a Butterick shirt pattern as well, though the sleeves are way bigger than they're meant to be. There's something wrong with the sleeves and arm side kind of thing of it. But that's written in all the pattern reviews, and I do now Google a pattern before I start cutting into it, just to try and get like a overview of what I'm getting myself in for. But I would imagine if you haven't, it's just very frustrating because it also makes you feel like you've done something wrong, and it's really not your fault. Leslie says, "Happy Sunday, Sean. Batch cutting 12 pairs of ruby shoes, elf shoes, and a swan. Nice to have your company." Oh, nice to see you, Leslie, and good luck with all the batch cutting. I love the dragons that you made the other day. Oh, they're so cute. Nimoy says to Noelia, "Yes, it's been rather, shall we call it, undecided. I can't decide if I want a summer dress or cuddly jumpers." Dee says, "My daughter has a fear of needles too." Jojo says, "Okie dokie, folks. I shall have to love you and leave you. I finished today's project. It's my new favouriteest thing ever. Lol. Our son and daughter-in-law are visiting this afternoon. Oh, have a fabulous time, Jojo." Nimue says, "Phobias are an issue all on their own and have no relation to the thing that triggers them. Be proud of yourself for tackling it anyway. That's the opposite of cowardice." Thank you. Debbie says, "I'm there with you on the needle phobia." And bye-bye to Jojo. All right, yeah. It's like I have a phobia of spiders as well, but that's gotten a lot better. And that one I've been able to sit myself down and just talk myself out of it and just be like, you are bigger than this thing. It's not going to kill you. I've been bitten on the butt by a spider recently, and I didn't freak out as much as I usually would have. So that phobia I've actually been able to tackle, but the needle one, I mean, obviously it doesn't happen very often, which I'm very thankful that I don't need any medication that I have to inject daily, because that would really, I mean, I'd have to get over it, wouldn't I? But I just can't seem to talk myself out of it. It's just it's not good. But again, like, I am aware that it's irrational. Like, I'm aware that it's not like I have chosen to be stupidly scared of something that I can talk, like, reason my way out of. It is irrational. So, well, so that's also like that's kind of like a positive and a negative thing all at once, isn't it? Like, it is irrational. So, like, get over yourself, but it's irrational, which is why you can't get over yourself. Yeah. I rewarded myself with a mint chocolate frostino from Costa and a 3 cheese and caramelized onion toasty. So I had lost 4 pounds and I have now put 3 back on. But you know what? It's one of those things. And I'm very proud of myself for doing it. I didn't even get a sticker. They'd run out of stickers. Because last time I got a sticker saying well done. Didn't get a sticker this time. So quite sad about that. Oh, I watched a film called About Time the other day as well, um, which is about kind of like this time traveler and his life. I've seen it before, and I really enjoyed it watching it again. It's Bill Nye is the dad in it. It's kind of one of those gentle films that not really anything massive happens, and they're quite nice every now and again. I also watched The Tomorrow War, which I enjoyed, but it is really stupid. It is like the whole thing about the aliens being this like unkillable thing, and then the way it ends is just like, really? So yeah. But I mean, again, like, it's, you know, I enjoy gentle movies every now and again, and I enjoy totally ridiculous sci-fi movies as well. Although I did try and watch Cosmic Sin, which was a Bruce Willis movie, and I stopped because it was just that bad. It was atrocious. So yeah. Leslie says, really pleased with them. Mid making a blue-footed booby and a duck. I will call it Doreen. Love it. I love the blue-footed boobies as well. Here's puffin, here's some stuffing for your puffin muffin. It just makes me think of that Z Frank movie video every time. I have such a childish sense of humour. Charlie says, my dentist told me that I do not have a phobia of needles. I have a perfectly reasonable fear of the pain I feel. Yeah. I mean, this is what kills me, is because it's not even really that painful. Like, having stuff injected into your mouth is way more painful than having stuff injected to your arm. Totally get that. But it's just, yeah. I mean, that's what they were saying as well. They were like, it's not irrational. It's totally fine. You're not the worst one. So that's good. Leslie says, I'm 52 and earwigs and flying ants freak me out. Ooh, earwigs freak me out as well. Ugh. To the point where they were on the wheelie bin and I won't touch the wheelie bin because they were on it. So I ended up having to get a stick because I couldn't just leave the bag of rubbish because there's badgers that would have eaten it and strewn it all over the village. So, yeah. Flying ants as well, because you just don't know where they're going. Viv says, I sit and cry at the dentist whilst he's doing any work. My reaction seems to include much swearing, crying, and raised heart rate. I have technique to stop me leaping out of the chair. Oh, I feel you, Viv. I feel you. I actually bit the dentist last time I was there. I didn't mean to. He laughed. I didn't bite him hard, but it just wanted to shut my mouth, and he had his fingers in there still. I was just like, I wanted to get away from him. Fox says, I used to be worse with needles, but I really wanted to donate blood. So one day my best friend showed up to surprise me at my front door and asked me to get dressed, and she drove to the blood donation place, and I was very nervous but did it. Every time but it got a little bit easier. Still not my favorite thing. I just the thought of going and donating blood makes me cry. I can feel myself now getting just, I would love to do it because it is an amazing thing to do. Oh, it's literally making me oh, but well done for getting over your fear. That's amazing. And well done to your friend for helping you. This is another reason that I could never be a nurse. Mum's a nurse. I don't know how she does it. Noelia says, I have a colleague that can take blood but faints when she has a blood test. Phobia doesn't make sense at all, but it's something you can't do anything about. Oh, wow. Caroline says, the only needles that has bothered me was when I had cataract surgery. Oh, yeah. Otherwise, I freak out the nurse and doctor because I watch the needle. No. But Noelia says, I love About Time. Such a nice feel-good film. Yeah. Sal says, I love spiders and wrote a short story where I created spiders that are part plant and is tall like trees with legs like tree trunks. They get their energy from photosynthesis. Nice. Noelia says, I'm glad those spiders don't exist, Sal. Yes, me too. Those ones I would have issues with. They could eat me. Renske said, I'm sure there's other spiders that currently exist that could eat me too. Just be a lot slower process, probably a lot more painful. No. Renske says, hey, when they got my wisdom teeth out, the dentist forgot to test all the injections actually worked. It didn't. No fun. Maybe I shouldn't say these things, not to scare anyone. Oh, this is why I got knocked out for having my wisdom teeth out. I just know. Nimue says, my phobia of wasps got better after I finally got stung by one in my mid-20s. Still prefer my parents to kill them once we make it into the home. Just don't run away like a crazy person anymore. Charlie says, since my chemotherapy, I have no useful veins in my arms, so cannot have blood tests. The only vein left is an inch above my inner right ankle, and I am saving that in case of emergency. Oh gosh, you poor thing. Oh, okay, can we change the topic now? shouldn't have brought it up, should I? Rah. Just it's just different a different way that people's brains are wired, isn't it, as to what they are fearful of and what other people don't find bothersome at all. Just rah. I'm really excited about the next lot of cutting out that I've got to do. I'm trying to. Oh, actually, that's a good plot point. I don't know what I'm going to do fabric wise for the 8445, the simplicity shirt pattern that I am meant to be doing a sew along for this month. I don't know what fabric to use because having seen some other people's, I'm not sure I'm actually going to like this a lot. So I'm thinking I might do the short sleeve version because I was going to do the long sleeve version, but I think I'm going to do the short sleeve version. And it looks like it looks a bit sort of like blousier at the back than I think I possibly may enjoy. So I've got some fabric options that I'm going to get out, and you guys can help me pick which one you think I should do. And then I need to pick what I would like as the sew along vote on Patreon for next month's sew along as well. And it's going to be the Savannah. It's going to be the Savannah capsule that I'm doing next month, and I am going to make an Eve dress out of the Savannah viscose. So I'm thinking I'm not going to put a wrap dress up for a vote because I don't want two wrap dresses in the Savannah print, and I probably am going to want whatever dress that I make in a print rather than a solid. I think that makes sense. So actually maybe a skirt might be a good one to do a sew along for. Because I want there to be quite a lot of separates in that collection. And I'm quite interested in making the sort of like tops and skirts or tops and trousers out of the same print so that I can wear them together and they'll either look like a dress or a jumpsuit, but then they are actually separates so that I can wear them with lots of the other pieces as well. That is something I am thinking about. So let me finish this little bit of thread and then we can have a look at some of the prints I'm thinking about for the shirt. Because I do have a feeling it's not going to end up being my favorite shirt, and I think I'd rather make the short sleeved cuffed version out of a smaller amount of fabric, just in case it's not my favorite. Because if I love it, I can easily go back and make another one. But if I don't like it, then it's not going to be the end of the world. And it wants to be made out of heavier. It doesn't want to be something drapey like a viscose or something like that. So I'm going to pick a quilting cotton, and it's going to be one of two quilting cottons that are a white background with some blue flowers on them. So I need you guys to help me pick which one. Let's see, where do we get to? Sal says, Noelia, they are peaceful spiders, don't eat meat and sing when happy. Okay, they sound much more. Yeah, Noelia says, that sounds nice. I think I'd be okay with those. Charlie says, change of topic. My daughter had to put her CV together for her university course and got 98% for it. Oh, that's amazing. Awesome. Noelia says, wow, that's really good, Charlie. Noelia says, I can see you're going to have to do a lot of leveling of that hem, Sean. I'm referring to the lobster dress, the goldfish dress. Yes, yes, that is definitely doing crazy things. And I have made two in viscose, and they didn't need leveling at all, which I find very strange. And my Dolce & Gabbana banana leaf one, I just didn't give that the time. I wanted to wear that dress, and that hasn't dropped on the bias either. So yeah, I should be doing a lot of leveling with that one. Laurel says, happy new topic. I decided to try silk thread for hemming a viscose crepe top I made. It's like sewing with sunlight and moonbeams. Ooh, nice. Charlie says, I joked and told her she ought to have worked harder. Laurel says, I was influenced by Abby Cox's video on hand sewing. I can imagine, I can see why. And Charlie says, sunlight and moonbeams, how lovely. Alison says, my internet went out, so I am back. Welcome back, Alison. And Vox says, what fabric is the goldfish dress made of? It is a viscose challis, and the other viscose ones I made were viscose crepes, so they were slightly heavier weight. So that might have something to do with it. This is very peaceful, isn't it? I am feeling so virtuous because of all the organising I've done as well, and the not repair, but like the change to my purple waistcoat. Feeling very virtuous indeed. Nice. What else? What else can we talk about? Does anyone have any questions that they would like to ask? Sewing related or otherwise? Corey says, really enjoyed Tomorrow War. Silly but fun. Agree the aliens were ridiculously indestructible, but it's always fun to watch Chris Pratt. Yeah. I just love the way that they were totally, totally indestructible, and then at the very end, Chris Pratt got to do what he did, and it was just like, really? He's just a human. But yeah, very silly, but very fun. Nicola says, I'm back from coffee with friends. I'll assume you haven't got to the patterns yet, Sean. I have finished. They are done. They are beautifully organised. Thank you very much. Feeling very virtuous. Charlie says, there's such joy in organising. Well done. Do you have an absolute favourite fabric? Yeah, rayon. Hands down, rayon. It's a bit of it can be a bit of a bugger to work with, but you can totally spray starch it. Technically, you should be dry cleaning rayon, but I wash mine. But then I wear slips under my clothes to kind of like help prevent me having to wash them too often. I also have Febreze, which I use on them. And so I only really wash my clothes if they are noticeably dirty, I've spilled something on them, or if they're noticeably stinky, which doesn't happen very often, thankfully, because I'm a clean person in myself. And I wash my slips and my underwear like every time the slips I wear for like 2 or 3 occasions and then wash it. My underwear I will obviously wash it every single time. But yeah, rayon is supposedly, or viscose is supposedly dry clean. But I wash my rayon stuff on 30 degrees and I line dry it. I don't tumble dry it, and it's all been fine. So the whole point at the beginning of that was that you can starch rayon if you're going to be washing it so that it's not quite so slippery and slinky to work with, which helps. I'm looking at my 2 cut out pile, and I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rayons, 6 rayons in there to cut out my next cutting out session. I really like cotton lawn. That would be my next favorite. But yeah, rayon is definitely my favorite. Kate says, anyone else now madly sewing for a summer holiday they didn't think they were going to be able to take until the UK travel changes were announced on Thursday? No, we changed our holiday this year from September to September next year, just because some of the people that are coming with us, as it currently stands, would still have to isolate for 2 weeks after coming back because of the jobs they do, not because of the restrictions. So we wanted everyone to be able to come, and we wanted to make sure that everyone could come reasonably and enjoy it and not have to worry about having to isolate when they got back. I have a whole collection planned for that holiday. It's around my lemon print fabrics. And I've been planning that for, this will be the third. So we didn't go, when did we last go on holiday? 2019. So this will be the third year that I'm planning it. Have a whole bunch of fabrics around lemon prints, and I am looking forward to making that collection happen eventually. But good luck with your capsule sewing for your holiday. Where are you going? Alison says, I did do my very first welt pocket today, although the pattern has the welt pocket bits way too big. Thanks to Tomcat Stitchery, it wasn't as hard as I imagined. Awesome. And congratulations. Cecile says, to hem the short sleeves of my Mother of the Bride dress, stretch lace overlay over woven lining. How would you hem them? Turn under, hand stitch, or bias tape? I might have enough scraps from the lining to make bias. I do a really, really narrow rolled hem if it's lace. Possibly bias for the lining. I would need to see, because it would really depend on what it looks like as to what I would want to do with it. Sorry, that's not more help. Sasha says, my favorite fabric is also rayon. Here where I live, it's like always summer. That's the tropics for you. So because of that, I enjoy natural fibers and rayons. I would love to live somewhere where it's summer all year round. I would like that a lot. Eileen says, I'm going to be doing some hand sewing shortly. One task is to tidy the binding on some oven gloves I made as a gift. Sounds dull, but fab fabric. Tips for binding really bulky edges. I would do it by hand, and I would make the bias binding way bigger than you think you need it to be to go around the bulk. And trim the seams to within an inch of their life. Nicola says, oh drat, I'll have to watch this later to see what you did. I mean, it wasn't, it was just sticking the labels onto the patterns and then reorganizing them into groups so that it was a group on a shelf. So it wasn't anything like groundbreaking. Kate says, oh, lemon print holiday collection sounds fabulous. I've made the skirt so far, and I have lots more lemon and fruit prints to go in with it. But yeah. Charlie says, my daughter wants to make her own interview outfit. Does anybody know how formal interview outfits are these days? She is studying biomechanical robotics and hopes to get a job in prosthetics. I would still wear a suit. It doesn't necessarily have to be a dark, boring, but not that dark suits are boring, but it doesn't necessarily have to be a dark suit, and it doesn't necessarily have to be like a traditional suit, but I would still wear a suit. But then I would, for me, like a suit would be some wide leg trousers, a waistcoat, and a jacket over the top with a funky shirt. So it still shows my personality, but it's business appropriate. That would be what I would wear. Or I would wear a dress with a jacket. Oh, now I want to, yeah. But then that it needs to be appropriate to the place that she wants to work. When I interviewed for the Playboy job, I wore a Roland Murray Galaxy dress copy that I'd done. And, you know, that was fairly low cut and it was, you know, skin tight, but it was the job that I was interviewing for, you know, so it was still smart, but it was definitely sexy. But then I was interviewing to be a Playboy bunny, so I wouldn't have worn that to an office job interview, if that makes sense. Nimue says, my upcoming summertime off will be sewing and writing vacation. I'm very much looking forward to it. Ooh, nice. Noelia says, I love your collection sewing. It's so much fun to see what you do. I'm really enjoying sewing in collections. I do get distracted every now and again. Like this collection I'm supposed to be doing at the moment is blue, but I did that kind of bright red and yellow floral dress. And I've bought the red viscose, and I really want to use that one in this next cutting out round as well. So there's going to be a couple of like outliers in there, but I'm really enjoying kind of putting this sort of thing together and trying to think more about not just making all the dresses, making some like pieces that then match in with each other. One thing I don't have and really need is some shirts to wear under my waistcoats. So that's something that I want to think about doing as well. So I'm trying to make them into cohesive. Like I could take this set of things away with me, or wear this set of things for 30 days, and I would have many outfits to do. It wouldn't all just be dress, 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 and then repeat. So I'm trying to get better at that. But I'm glad you're enjoying it. Kate says, I'm off to Crete to have the holiday we postponed from last year. Oh, enjoy. I haven't been to Crete, but I'd really like to go. Alison says, I would rather hand sew than unpick. Yeah, me too. Chris says, what do you call the folders you use, please? They are Elba file folders. It's ELBA. But I'm sure that is a brand name, so I'm sure there are other companies that do them as well. But the Elba ones, as I say, on Amazon are some of the cheapest I've found. Sorry, our neighbours are cutting down a tree or something. Laurel says, does overlocking the edges of fabric pieces before sewing interfere with bias dropping? I'm making a 1/3 circle skirt out of linen and want to prevent fraying during construction. I still think your hem will drop. I wouldn't overlock the hem, but you can definitely overlock the side seams and the back seam. That would be my reaction to it, because when I sew skirts together that have got bias in the hem, I French seam or bias bind the side seams, and that hasn't affected the drop. Usually those kind of bits are the ones that are on the straight of grain anyway, but I would just don't overlock the hem until you've leveled it, then you can overlock it, but definitely overlock the side seams and back seam. Eileen says, sounds so obvious when you say it, but I hadn't thought of hand binding. It will probably be quicker than wrestling the machine than needing to tidy up the edges. You could what I'd do, Eileen, is probably sew the first pass on the machine if you can get it under your machine, then trim the edge, then fold it over, and then hand sew it down. That would be my way of tackling it if you can get the thing under your machine for the first round of stitching. If you can't, then hand sew the whole thing. But yeah, try machine stitching the first pass, trim, turn it over, and hand stitch it down for the second half, because you will find that it looks just so much neater. That would be the way I would do it. Sal says, always wanted to wear a suit for interviews. Charlie says, Crete was amazing when I went many years ago. Cecile says to Charlie, I'd suggest dress pants, button down, collared top, wear a smart belt and a nice necklace to add the outfit specially. But if it's too hot, wear a smart belt and nice necklace to add to the outfit specially if it is too hot to wear a blazer. That's a good point. Sorry, I didn't even consider like location for. Yeah, I think just office smart, and I'd probably go a bit smarter than. I'd rather err on the side of too smart than not smart enough. I don't think you can. I mean, obviously, if you turned up in a ball gown, that would be inappropriate. But I don't think you can technically overdress for an interview, and it needs to be something that she feels comfortable in. So definitely, if it's a new outfit that she gets, definitely get her to wear it for a couple of times. Even if it's just around the house, get her to wear it so that she's used to it, so she's not fiddling with her clothes when she's in it, because she's used to wearing it, if that makes sense. Laurel says, the side and back seams is what I was wondering about. Thanks. Awesome, Laurel. Cecile says to Charlie, Pinterest would be big help by looking up modern interview outfits. Yeah. And Charlie says, thanks, Sean and Cecile. Great idea to look at Pinterest. Definitely. Also, great idea to wear it a few times. Yeah. Especially if it's new clothing, because you just don't want to. Also, if there's something that she doesn't like about it, or if it, something niggles her, or she, something feels uncomfortable, you'd much rather find out ahead of time than in the interview, definitely. I'm gonna be so pleased I've got these done. I'll be able to wear them. Like I said, I keep taking them up to mine to do, and then Shiana just sits in my lap and is just like, "You may not sew. What do you think you are doing?" How badly can you guys hear that chainsaw in the background? I mean, at least I'm not trying to film like a sew along or a tutorial or something, because that would drive me nuts. I'm always a little bit paranoid about the sound quality of like my proper videos and stuff, because so many people comment on that first sew along that I did, just saying how bad the sound is, and I knew that the sound was bad. I was working in a shop, so I knew it wasn't going to be good, but I tried. But I now try and make the sound as good as I possibly can. Um, W2 Hayward says it's always good to be comfortable in one's clothes because then it doesn't feel like a costume. Definitely. Sal says something I wouldn't wear as a cosplay, especially my Dracula cosplay. Lol. Depends if you were going to interview to be a Dracula, like at a restaurant, like a theme restaurant or something, because then it would be appropriate. So there are different times where different outfits are appropriate. Like I say, that Roland Murray copy dress, I would never have worn that to a regular office job interview, but it was appropriate for the Playboy job because, I was going to be wearing a Playboy bunny outfit. So, yeah. Cecile says to Charlie, she's interviewing in a man's world, so showing up in a frilly dress, she won't be taken seriously. My hubs is in the industry, so somewhat know what she'll be dealing with. Lol. Nice. Good knowledge. I like it. Noelia says, can't hear it. Charlie says, can hear the chainsaw, but was actually blaming my husband, who is always sawing things. Renske says, I hear it, but it's not bad. That's good. Nimoy says, if a company has photos of their staff on the website, can be an indication of how formal they are as a guideline, and then just add a bit to that. Definitely good plan. Karen says, my holiday this year is going to be sleeping for a week straight at the end of summer reading. Summer is my busiest work time at work. Ugh. Sleep for a week and do nothing. It sounds brilliant. Noelia says, lol, Sal, I guess if you were interviewing for a job that involves dressing up, it would work. Yep. Charlie says, yes, there are only a couple of women in her year. Renske says, like when I was making videos for people playing the harp, my cat suddenly had to walk in front of the camera or make noise. Yeah, cats like to be helpful, don't they? Okay, I'm just going to finish this particular bit of thread. Then I'm going to show you the two fabrics I'm thinking about for the shirt. And then we're going to call it a day because we've been at this for 4 hours. It's been a good afternoon though. We have been productive. Linda says, whoops, late again. Oh, I did have a sponge yesterday at the site you mentioned, Tiger Fabric, coming to me. Oh, I am jealous. I hope they have some left that they're bringing to the Festival of Quilts. Which colorway did you go for? I like the red one. I think it's on a kind of like a purpley black background as well. And then the white. I like the red and the white myself. Alison says, when you worked at Playboy, did you have any opportunity to meet any famous people? I did indeed, lots of them. I had my photo taken with Hugh Hefner when you came over for the opening. I'm in the calendar, which I can show you. I met quite a lot of famous people. I think my favourite one was James Martin, the chef. I was on the graveyard shift, so it was like 9 a.m. in the morning, and he was coming in for a meeting. And there was no customers in, so we were all really knackered. So we were all sitting on one of the tables, kind of like this, fully bunnied up with the ears on and stuff. And we were just all like, I'm so sleepy. And then he walked in, and then it was all of us just like immediately perked up because, oh my God, customer. And then it was James Martin, the chef, and I have a giant crush on him. But there's like 3 of us lying on the table like this with ears on. And then we were all like, like this. And he sort of like walked past, and he's like, morning. It's like, hi. We had loads of famous people come and sing at the nightclub downstairs. Dita Von Teese is way tinier than I thought she was. Mr. Big came in, Chris Noth. Probably shouldn't be telling you this, but I don't work there anymore, so I'm not going to get into trouble. Who else? There was loads of famous people came in, loads of footballers. I wasn't really interested in them. Couple of boxers. We had loads of one of my favorites was Lenny Beige. Like, he's not like super famous or anything, but he's like a lounge singer and he is so funny. I love him. Yeah, we had a lot of famous people come through. It was one of those places that, like, it was kind of like people wanted to go. I didn't see very many of them upstairs in the casino because the majority of them that came in were it was either for events or to the nightclub downstairs. And they sometimes came to the bar upstairs, but they very rarely came into the casino. Like, very few famous people came in and gambled. Oh, Corey Haim came and gambled. Quite a few times actually. But he was the only famous person that actually came and spent money in the casino. The rest of them did not spend time in the casino. Right. Would you like to see the Playboy calendar? It's completely like PG friendly. You know, it's just bunny outfits. That's a lot of people get that mixed up as well. The Playboy Club and the Playboy magazine were very different. Like, you know, there was no nudity at the club. Now, I've got a couple of these. They're from 2012 to 2013. So, like, completely useless as calendars. But I'm in this picture. That's me there. So there we go. That's me. Can't really see my ears, but I do have them on. He was very nice. He was a total germphobe, so you weren't allowed to shake his hand unless he asked to shake your hand first. You weren't supposed to touch him. But yeah, he was actually very nice. You know, like, at the time he came in, he was 85 or something. So, you know, he was an old man that should not have been dating someone that much younger than him. But you know what? He was Hugh Hefner. Oh, I don't think I have enough of that one, so I'm not even going to show you that one. But I'm trying to stick with the blue and white theme for this rest of this month for this pattern. And it says broadcloth, chambray, cotton types, dupioni, linen types, pique, shanting, taffeta. So it's all kind of like fabrics with some body to it. So here we go. So I have these two. So I'm thinking probably this one, because I have enough of both of these to make a dress. I have like 3 yards of both of these, but I think this one might look better as a dress because the print is such a larger scale, and this one would look better as a shirt. But let me know what you think. Small print or large print for the sew along? Let's see. Where did I get to? Where did I get to? Where did I get to? Read that. Ah, here we go. So Eileen says, I can't hear the chainsaw. That's good. They've stopped now. Charlie says, thanks, Nimue, but cannot find any women on the web in the job. Sorry, Nimue, my fingers are rubbish today. Daydream Believer says, the white. Nicole says, James Martin, yum. Oh, yeah. It was just so funny the way the three of us were like literally asleep on the table, and then we're just like, whoop, hello. All right, ladies. Oh, he was really pretty. Cecilia says, I'm taking notes on the interview discussion, currently trying to get a different job as the predatory loan company is not for me. Oh, Corey says, love hearing your stories about your bunny years. It was a while ago now, 10 years ago now. Nicola says, thank goodness the thoughts of Hugh Hefner naked does not do it for me. WO2 Hayward says, I think the small print maybe. Alison says the small print for a sew along. Elena says small print. Denise says, do you ever find yourself having your own fabric store within your home? I noticed you have quite a variety of fabrics. Sorry, I don't get that, Denise. Are you asking if I want to have a fabric store or if I feel like I'm in a fabric store? Because I kind of do feel like I'm in a fabric store. I'd love to own a fabric store, but I would love to own a fabric store when I am rich enough that I will be able to fully stock it properly and employ someone to manage it and run it for me, because I don't want to be a fabric seller. But I would love to do all the fabric buying. I would love to do that, but I don't want to run a fabric shop. Natalie says small print. Nimue says, I like the smaller print better for that style, and you were a cute bunny. Thank you. Dee says small print for the tops. I agree, the large print would be great for a dress. Marta says small print gets my vote for the top. Dee says, I suddenly can't hear you anymore. I can't hear you. Anyone else? Oh no. Hopefully that's rectified. Linda says, and some cottons, some jerseys, some wool. It's my birthday on the 19th, so an early birthday present to myself. Oh, you got the white print. Yes, nice, very nice. Early birthday present. Happy birthday. And Charlie says, agreed, smaller print. Also, how lovely to have those photos. And Linda says, and I like the small print. Yeah, it's nice to have the calendars. I've got 3 of them. I've no idea what I'm going to do with them, but like I kind of want to hang it up in the wall, and I might do actually. Now that I'm going to move all my scissors and stuff, I might put a Playboy like 10-year-old calendar up on the wall. That might be something that I do. Yeah, I think I agree with you guys. I think the small print is the way forward. And it's got a little bit of purple in there as well, so it's going to look really cool with the purple trousers if I get up the courage to wear those. So I'm going to put that on the pile. I'm going to put this one away. And then before I go, I just want to show you this with the fabric I'm going to pair it with. I'm just going to put my calendar away. So as you guys know, I did buy some viscose the other day from the fabric room. I got this red, which I love, and I'm going to pair it with the remnants from my Eve dress, because I was going to put this with the pink, but doesn't it look better with the red? Because I was going to do it with pair it with the pink, which kind of works, but it just looks so much better with the red. I mean, both work, but I prefer this combination. And I'm going to do a color blocked dress with that. Not 100% sure which one yet, but my blue collection is going to have a couple of pops of kind of bright colorful red in it, because this is me we're talking about. Oh, I'm going to need to order some more red bias binding as well. So I need to order light blue, navy, and red, because I don't think I have it. Oh no! Do not need red. Have red. Have navy. Just need light blue. Glad I checked. That's good. Right, where did we get to with the chat? There we go. Carolyn says, do you have a nice new neighbours? You had such close, kind neighbours before. I hope you would find that again. We've got lovely neighbours this time round. Our neighbour next door has got new people on both sides, and so they've just got married. He was the one that came and helped with Mum's walk-in wardrobe room as well. And he wants to have a barbecue for the 3 houses in a row so that we can all get to know each other a little bit better, which is lovely of them. So yeah, we've got some really lovely neighbours here. WO2 Hayward says that will be really nice. The red looks good. Ilova says nice pairing. Noelia says yes, the fabric looks better with the red one. Eileen says yes to the red. Cora says agree, the red is really pretty. It will look lovely on you. Nimue says thumbs up for the red. Alison says, I'm very much looking forward to reaching my goal weight so I can make some summer clothes. You can do it, Alison. And the Crazy Real Vintage Thrifter says, hi, you all. Hello, welcome. On that note, I'm done for the day. I'm so sorry. We've gone for 4 hours, not 14 hours, 4 hours and 14 minutes. So I'm very pleased with everything that I got done today. I'm going to sit down here and finish off hand sewing the hems on this dress and the other dress that's behind the goldfish. I'm going to put the buttonholes in that one and put the buttons on. And then I'll call it a day. So I hope you guys have enjoyed the hangout. It's been really fun hanging out with you guys and procrastinating on getting things done, but I'm very pleased with what I've got done. So yay. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I will be back next weekend. In fact, let's have a look. So next 2 weekends I will be doing live hangouts. The August the 1st, Sunday the 1st of August, I will not be doing a hangout, and Sunday the 8th of August I will not be doing a hangout, because the first one I will be at the Festival of Quilts, and the second one I will be in London visiting Wilson. So we've got 2 more hangouts, then 2 weeks off, and then I will be back doing them again from the 15th of August. So let's just see. Nimoy says, well, I managed to overcast the edge of 2 pocket bags by hand over the afternoons. It's something. It's good. Anna says, always good to have good neighbours. Definitely. Cecile says, the red is so much better than the pink. And the crazy real vintage thrifter. Oh, well, at least I made it. You did indeed. WO2 says, sounds like fun. Take care. Sips and Family says, thumbs up for the red. Linda says, see you soon. Cecile says, have a great evening, Sean. Thanks for the company, everyone. Sal says, thanks, Sean and Peeps. Been a great day. We'll put my book up in the Peeps group. Sib and Family says, have a great week, everyone. Eileen says, thanks and bye. It's been lovely. Alison says, good night, Sean. Love to Chiana and Susie. My little Maya is preparing to travel to the Rainbow Bridge, so we are making her life as peaceful as we can. Oh, bless her. I hope she's as comfortable as you can make her. Charlie says, thank you. TY says, do you have a spiritual belief? I am agnostic and believe that everyone's allowed to do whatever they wish as long as it doesn't hurt anyone else. Elena says, have a nice week, everybody. Rinscape says, always nice this chat. Wish all a good week. Corey says, thank you for the fun hangout. Nicola says, catch you next weekend. And Carolyn says, working but still stuck. Been working but still stuck. Nimue says, have a lovely evening, weekend, everyone. Natalie says, goodbye all. And Noelia says, bye, Sean and Peeps. Yes, thank you for joining us. I will see you next weekend, but there will be vlogs in the interim. So I hope you've enjoyed, and I will see you soon. Bye.